How come?
Because anytime somebody grabs, I have the opportunity to do something. You grab me.
What in the fuck is YouTube's problem? New Frank content?
In order to file a lawsuit against Dr. Taban, I would like to have at least 20 of his, because he...
No new content, no new videos or shorts. Alright. Well, I'm gonna be unboxing some shit. I just got in my new camera equipment. Hey, Gum. Alright. Brand new heavy duty tripod, which I will need with the new camera shit. That is nice and heavy and big. Very nice. Oh, is that a single latch? Oh, interesting. Never seen that. Cool. So, there's the new tripod. Gum. And this is the new... That's the fluid head for the tripod. It's a, Why did they do it like that? Oh, I think I'm gonna have to get a screwdriver to... Yeah, the stream from yesterday was deleted. What do you think of gastric bypass surgery for weight loss for someone who gained the weight back 3 times? I would only consider doing that if no other treatment options are viable and if you keep gaining back a really substantial amount of weight. So if things like Ozempic, Mounjaro, retatrutide, all the GLP-1 agonists, if those don't work for helping you lose weight and keeping the weight off, then I'd consider doing that, but otherwise, if you have shit like Ozempic and retatrutide, why would you bother? Neat. Gum Gum, are you playing with the box? My goodness, Gum Gum. Alright, and this also uses... How do I get this out? This uses an Arcus Swiss connector, which will be handy. What are you up to, Gum Gum? Gummy's interested in the boxes. Want to say hello to everybody, Gum Gum? Here's Gum Gum. Here he is. This is my kitty. Oh. Oh my god. What's this kitty doing? Oh, no running away. It's okay. Axel, hello, how are you doing? Did you hear Greta and her crew were asked to watch October 7th footage while in custody and they all refused to watch? Yeah, I bet they would. They're, fucking cocksuckers, dude. Just pieces of shit. They should have been asked to, or not asked. They should have been forced to watch it. They should have, strapped them to a chair and put one of those, eye opener things on their heads, sort of like in Clockwork Orange, and then force them to watch it. You know, Min, you're really fucking annoying, dude. What are you gonna film with a tripod? You know I make YouTube videos, dipshit? Two of the crew members of that boat have direct ties to Hamas Hezbollah where they attended funerals and stuff. Jeez. I didn't know it was that bad. Holy fuck. Maybe Israel should have kept those fuckers and left them in a prison. Alright, so I got a DJI mic mini with a receiver. So this will be used for the workouts and for the moto vlogs. So that's the manual. Dodo donated $2. Haven't you streamed for like 2 weeks straight without a break? Why did you stop taking breaks off stream even though you don't need to pay for Jasmine anymore? Well, it's not like I have anything better to do.
Check out Coach Carnivore Cam. He's an absolute retard.
No promises, dude. I think somebody told me to watch him before. Is he the British guy who isn't particularly big and strong, but then makes all these claims about how a carnivore diet makes you so much more fit, even though like every vegan fitness YouTuber is bigger and stronger than him? No guarantees, but if it's just, you know, dumb basic bitch shit like you know, I'm used to at this point, I'm not gonna bother watching. Like, I've seen enough of that fucking AIDS. Gummy, what are you doing? Does come with a carrying pouch. So these are the wind protectors. I want to see the actual mic. But yeah, so that's the receiver. Yeah, but the reason I stream every day, Dodo, and I pretty much never take any breaks is like I just, I don't know, it gets to around 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, you know, whatever, and I can't really think of anything better to do, so I just stream. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. So that's the actual mic, very small. And that fits on your shirt or whatever, and it's much less intrusive than the other mics I have. The fuck is... Oh, this is the charging dock. Connects magnetically. Cool. I'll just keep this in the pouch right now so I don't lose this. No, the mic doesn't record internal audio, if that's what you mean. Ugh. You already sent me Coach Carnivore Cam? Yeah, I don't think I'll bother watching. It's packed super tight. Yeah, nice try, dipshit. So there's the new action cam I got. Screen looks really reflective. It's like a mirror. Weird. So that's the new action cam. So I'm gonna start using this for the moto vlogs. It does have a removable battery. How the fuck do you take, pop this open? Jeez. Do you have to have, like... Oh, there you go. Okay, I think the battery's in the accessories box. Has a very rubbery coating on the outside. That's interesting. Ugh. And this is the helmet mount.
Tyler is
How would you compare it to the latest GoPro? You're an actual complete fucking retard if you ever buy a GoPro. Like, beyond stupid as fuck. They're complete and utter garbage. So this is the helmet clamp. This literally just clamps onto the chin of your helmet. This is actually bigger than I thought it'd be. But apparently this works pretty well.
Jurian Ryder.
God damn it. Alright, well, you got away with one. Good job, I guess. Gum gum. I streamed last night, I just deleted it for TOS reasons. Why the fuck is this Velcro strap like this? Dodo donated $2. Let me know when I can send videos for reaction. Yeah, sure. I don't know why the fuck they made the strap like this. You can't take it off. So there's a dolly for the tripod. Oh. Weird.
Did you have to take down last night's stream because of 21st spamming the no word again?
It wasn't the no word.
For what those reasons ex-Catley?
It's nothing particularly specific. It's just, I got pretty mad on stream and I was talking a lot of shit and I don't want to get a strike or anything.
Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, embarrassed smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, winking face emoji, smiley face emoji, hungry face emoji, cool face emoji, romantic face emoji, kissing face emoji, smiling face with hearts emoji, kissing face emoji, kissing face emoji, kissing face emoji, smiley face emoji, hugging face emoji, starstruck emoji, thoughtful face emoji, raised eyebrow emoji, neutral face emoji, speechless face emoji, mouthless face emoji, rolling eyes face emoji, smirking face emoji, persevering face emoji, disappointed face emoji, shocked face emoji, mouth shut face emoji, speechless face emoji, sleepy face emoji, tired face emoji, sleeping face emoji, relieved face emoji, sneering face emoji, playful face emoji, drooling face emoji, unamused face emoji, sweating face emoji, pensive face emoji, confused face emoji, upside down face emoji, dollar bills face emoji, astonished face emoji, frowning face emoji, confused face emoji, disappointed face emoji, worried face emoji, triumphant face emoji, crying face emoji, frowning face emoji, anguished face emoji, fearful face emoji, weary face emoji, mind blown emoji, grimacing face emoji, distressed face emoji, scared face emoji, hot face emoji, cold face emoji, flushed face emoji, zany face emoji, dizzy face emoji, pouting face emoji, angry face emoji, sick face emoji, injured face emoji, nauseated face emoji, smiley face emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji, smiley face emoji, embarrassed smiley face emoji, winking face emoji, smiley face emoji, hungry face emoji, cool face emoji, romantic face emoji, kissing face emoji, smiling face with hearts emoji, kissing face emoji, smiley face emoji, hugging face emoji, starstruck emoji, thoughtful face emoji, raised eyebrow emoji, neutral face emoji, speechless face emoji, mouthless face emoji, rolling eyes face emoji, smirking face emoji, persevering face emoji, disappointed face emoji, shocked face emoji, mouth shut face emoji, speechless face emoji, sleepy face emoji, tired face emoji, sleeping face emoji, relieved face emoji, sneering face emoji, playful face emoji, drooling face emoji, unamused face emoji, sweating face emoji, pensive face emoji, confused face emoji, upside down face emoji, dollar bills face emoji, astonished face emoji, frowning face emoji, confused face emoji, rolling on the floor laughing 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 emoji, rolling on.
We're just gonna skip that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Terry's is no reason to not be angry at terrorist supporters.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Embarrassed smiley face emoji, 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 embarrassed smiley face emoji,
I'm just gonna
embarrassed
skip that again, but thanks for the donation, Supreme Jewish Commander.
If YouTube is seriously going to give you a strike for yelling at terrorist supporters, then this website is a disgrace. Is YouTube seriously just ruined by communists?
Tell me about it. People are too sensitive, man. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
List your favorite 3 zombie movies, please. Do you have drive-ins up in Canada, and if so, do you like them? How often do you open your windows and use fans rather than turn on the AC?
3 favorite zombie movies. Probably Day of the Dead. Is that the right one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Day of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead, and what was the first movie he made? What was the first one? Night of the Living Dead. Yeah. So they're all George Romero films. I haven't ever been to a drive-in. They do have them here, but they're not like a normal thing anymore, obviously. They're more of a 1960s, 70s kind of thing. I know they did have one set up somewhere near Toronto a few times. But the OG Dawn of the Dead, the fucking Zack Snyder film sucks, dude. Thanks for the donation, Bippity Bop. Alright, so here's the gimbal. DJI RS4 mini combo. So this will be super handy when I'm filming on my own. I think that's just packing protection. I'm surprised this doesn't like open up. Fuck. Okay. There's a bunch of screws. I think this is the LiDAR sensor.
Can't skip me bitch, Israel emoji, 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 Israel emoji. Israel emoji, 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 Israel emoji.
Hey, I just skipped you. Thanks for the donation, Jewish Commander. I swear you people just try to drive me fucking nuts. No, I'm not gonna do a full house tour. You'll see a fair bit of the house when I do the, you know, the, like, what I do in a day kind of vlogs, but I'm not doing a full house tour. This comes in a lot of parts.
Spec King of which question, what do you think could have caused people to become so sensitive these days, VG?
I guess, communism. Just communist ideology.
Sorry.
Okay, well, apology accepted. Thanks for the donation, Supreme Jewish Commander, and thanks for the donation, Dodo. And this is the Arca Swiss connector. It's a little weird. This is the USB cable. And this is the actual gimbal itself. That is actually quite small. It's a nice little form factor. Very light, too. Okay. We can actually get this set up right now, I think. I don't know why you're asking for my thoughts on Resident Evil 9. The game hasn't come out yet, dude. And the trailer didn't show any gameplay and basically no story. It's just a teaser. So I have no idea, you know, what the game's gonna be about, what it's gonna be like.
Where did you steal that from?
Well, I ordered it from Amazon. And I got the new lens for the camera. 16mm f1.8.
So AC versus fans and open windows? Also do you keep up on bills or do you sometimes let them get overdue and just pay the fee?
Oh my god.
All I can say to that is thanks for starting this whole communist bullshit, Karl Marx.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, as far as AC or window open, it kind of depends. Usually, I just open the window when I want fresh air, and the air in the house is just kind of, like, stale. Otherwise, I just use AC if I want to cool down. Like, opening the window doesn't really make it any cooler, usually. And usually I pay my bills on time. The only time when I don't is when I just forget and it's not on autopay. Thanks for the donation, though. Boopity bop. Yeah, nice try. Fuck. How the fuck are you supposed to put this on? Yeah, what the hell? Oh, does it go? That really takes a lot of force to tighten.
What millimeter guard do you use to buzz your hair? Also for those Yates rows for traps, how many sets and reps do you do? Traps are looking jacked AF.
I think I use 7 or 8 millimeters. Something like that. And for 8 Yates rows, it's usually 6 to 8. And 3 sets. Thanks for the donation, Dark.
Nigga, how many hoes have you had at the crib since the split?
Precisely 0. No hose whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
You look like a monkey examining its own shit.
Okay, well. Thanks for the donation, wandering faggot.
At Dodo, it's not communism, or Hamas. It's fascism, Zionism, capitalism, colonization, Western imperialism, white supremacy, and Islamophobia.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Tom. Okay, so that's set up. Now this is tilting.
Please tell us your zombie apocalypse survival plan and be as detailed as you're willing to bear with. I'm curious if you'd hunker down in home or move with Gum to like a grocery store you could fortify, etc.
Well, to be honest, I haven't really given it much thought. So, I'll probably just get a shotgun or something. I'm not sure what this one balances. Yeah, I don't know what that one's supposed to do. Maybe it's... Yeah, I think you're supposed to put it on the side.
Oh, shut up, Tom. Yes, it is in fact communism. Stop, defend it. Why do so many people defend this useless ideology?
Probably because there's a lot of dipshits who can't handle other people making more money than them or something. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alright, I think this is balanced now. Now I have to turn auto lock off. Is that auto lock? Wait. Here we go. So... Oh, is this a touchscreen? There we go. So there's the gimbal working. You can see how stable it is. I think I have it on I think it's horizon locked. FPV. Maybe I didn't stabilize it right. So it has a joystick control.
Did you hear the director of Seaspiracy made a video saying he's no longer vegan lol?
Yes, I've already seen that. The guy is just a fucking retard. And it locks in place when you turn it off, which is very handy. Very high-tech piece of equipment. Yeah, this was only $550 before tax, which I know for some people that sounds expensive, but that's actually an extremely good price for something like this. And it comes off quite easily. Yeah, the Seaspiracy guy is just a fucking dipshit, dude. He is an attention-seeking loser. And he just used the vegan movement just for, you know, selfish reasons. He was never really vegan. Also has a little tripod here, so you can put it on the, like on a table or something if you need it. This... How does this go? Oh, I see. I have to open it. Then you close it. And you can have an extra handle here if you want. You can use it for lower shots. I'm just gonna take that off for now. Oh, fuck. Eh. And that's the new tripod I got. I think that'd be just about perfect height. The fuck? So I can set up the gimbal on the tripod. It's hard to get it in frame. This is a very nice tripod dolly. Very smooth. I like how smooth that is. And this gimbal has a LiDAR sensor, so it can automatically track you. So put that on there.
Nigga, why are you wearing Crocs? Where's your autistic green octopus hat, Greta? Bitch made, bro. You're bitch made. The jury's in. I'm a writer about it. You look like a clown, bro. Absolute clown.
Alright, well, sorry about that. Thanks for the donation, 21st. I'm gonna have to get a new camera bag. Ugh. It's a USB cable. Just leave that there. Hey, little gum gum. Where's my little gum gum? This is a little bit tall. I think I can shorten all the legs at once. Oh yeah, you can. I think. Oh, I see.
Would the jazzman have let you bought the tripod and selfie stick if she were still around? Would she have anything to say about it? Or did she get over that?
I have no idea, dude. She just likes to complain. So, who the fuck knows? She kind of whined and complained about everything. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. I'm just gonna charge this on the side while we... Oh, did I forget to reset the donations? Oh, fuck. Oh, well. Well, there we are. Hey, come. Yes, I have Amazon Prime.
I would have liked to see Jazzman gaslight you, claiming you don't need a tripod and that she would help record videos, and then when you actually ask her to help she would say she's too tired or has anxiety or doesn't feel good. So she could use the money.
By the way, this might shock you, but that actually literally happened. So, she offered to help me film workout videos, and she's also offered to help me film at events. So if I was at, like, you know, Veg Fest or something. You know what fucking happened? I used to have a gimbal, you know, with the bigger camera like this one. After literally 2 minutes, me doing one single set, she said she couldn't film because it's too heavy and her arm is getting sore. She also refused to help me film at any fucking events, even though she said she'd do it. Because again, oh, it's too heavy, my arm's getting sore. Even when I got that little tiny fucking camera, you know, the Osmo Pocket. I got the Osmo Pocket 2, but the Osmo Pocket 3 is the same size. This. So, this fucking thing. Even when I got this fucking thing, she still complained. Holding my arm up like this is making me tired. It was just AIDS. Fucking AIDS. She just didn't want to do it. She just wanted to go into her room, play video games, and then she just started whining and complaining. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Start with this. Benny the Jet is actually pretty cool.
What is your secret?
That's Benny Urquidez, also known as the Jet, the man who invented kickboxing and won 200 fights, including 6 world titles in 5 weight classes, and he never lost. But how? To find the answer, I'm visiting him at Team Karate Center to learn the exact fighting system that made him unbeatable.
Everybody wants to know what is your secret.
Would you agree with this doctor's supplement list? He claimed that creatine is the best supplement and even aids in cognitive health. Would you agree?
3 supplements.
Would you say it has any negative effects like hair loss, etc.?
As far as I know, creatine's the only dietary supplement that's been shown to have any cognitive benefit. Like maybe aside from caffeine, nicotine. So the only potential negative with creatine supplementation is some people get digestive upset. That's really it. But no, it doesn't cause hair loss. That's just some stupid shit people made up because they're stupid. But I can take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, 3. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Russia, suicide drone strikes a residential building in Kyiv. Russia has launched more than 500 suicide drones, missiles at it. Yep, and Trump is going to do nothing about it.
I don't want my people and my family and my community and my beautiful Gaza that has meant so much to the Palestinian people there and to what remains of my family to merely become a social media.
You literally sent me this yesterday. Sizewell C power stations to be built as part of UK's 14 billion nuclear investment. I don't know if that's gonna work out. Like, unless these are gonna be, like, privately owned. Because I remember, like, back in the 1980s? It was either the 70s or 80s. The UK couldn't manage its own power plants, and they ended up basically selling its nuclear power to private industry. And I think even then they had trouble actually turning a profit, and they're considering selling to, like, fucking China. So, I don't know, like, it's good. The world should be switching to nuclear power, but the UK is dog water when it comes to fucking doing anything. They launched an unsinkable submarine and they sank it immediately after. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about North Korea. Al-Qaeda leader Sayed bin Atef al-Awlaki has just now called for American Muslims to wage jihad on U.S. soil and to assassinate Donald Trump.
ثم إننا ندعو ومن
Bro, if Donald Trump sees that shit, he's definitely going to want to ban all Muslims again. Which, I'm not necessarily against that idea.
الآن كإجراء عملي أولي كل مسلم على أرض أمريكا الكافرة المجرمة المتغطرسة سواء أكان من أصول عربية أم أمريكية أو غيرها المهم أن يكون دينه الإسلام ونبيه محمدا عليه الصلاة والسلام والذين بلغ تعدادهم 4.5 مليون مسلما في أمريكا وحدها نقول لهم جميعا الثأر الثأر لا تشاوروا أحدا في قتل الأمريكان الكفرة ولتكن همتكم كبيرة وقائمة استهداف
Kami. Yeah, we reacted to that last night. He interviewed a fucking literal illegal communist. And then all these people are freaking out saying the ICE detentions in California are all bullshit and they start protesting. They literally found a fucking Mexican illegal immigrant communist in the fucking crowd. Bro, people who live in LA are like actually fucking retarded, and then you have this dipshit fucking Gavin Newsom going on the news saying, oh, there's no riots, there's just peaceful protests, the ICE detentions are all bullcrap, California's gonna sue Donald Trump. Fuck you, Gavin Newsom, like, eat shit. It's just like the Black Lives Matter thing. You know, like, most of the fucking protests that Black Lives Matter had were horse shit. They were literally protesting over violent criminals who were trying to kill cops. And then, when there was finally a protest that actually made any kind of sense, like George Floyd, they just started fucking rioting and looting shit. They're all fucking retarded, dude. So yeah, fuck Gavin Newsom and all those people. They're just stupid. I'd hate Gavin Newsom to become president. Like, that guy's literally a fucking cuck. He reminds me a lot of Trudeau. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Reality check. Has it occurred to you how big of a fucking loser you are? You sit on your ass all day playing video games. You get no pussy. You can't get a real job. You don't go to school. And you are 6 years away from 40. You are a fucking loser.
Well, I don't know, dude. If I can pay the bills doing nothing, I'd call that winning at life. Thanks for the donation, though, sweaty asshole. A nation donated $3. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, A nation. Dodo donated $2. Trump is refusing to sell air defense systems to Ukraine. Trump also saying Russia's terrorist attacks against civilians are justified now because Ukraine chose to fight back.
States has not answered Ukraine's request to buy air defense systems. This was over a month ago. that Zelensky stated that Ukraine is ready to spend $15 billion to purchase 10 Patriot air defense systems. That is $1.5 billion per Patriot battery. This is money for the United States. This is jobs. This is tax revenue. And these are defensive weapon systems to protect their civilian cities from nightly bombings.
Yeah, that's what makes it especially fucked up. It's not like, you know, he can make this excuse, oh, I don't want to escalate things any further. Russia's already killing so many people. If I give Ukraine weapons and then they retaliate, oh, just imagine how many more deaths. They're air defense systems. It's literally to prevent Russia from being able to kill civilians. So, like, I am 100% convinced now Trump is a fucking Russian spy. I'm sure something's gonna end up getting leaked eventually, but I can fucking guarantee you, at some point, we're gonna find out, like, Trump was colluding with Putin in some way, because, like, Putin has dirt on him or something, or he was getting money, or who the fuck knows, but guaranteed, dude. Like, this is just so over the top. There is no fucking chance he's not a spy. It's so crazy. Wait, was that the first link you gave me? How did we go from David Hasselhoff to this? The last SpongeBob movie was fucking terrible. I was on the verge of walking out of the theater through that entire movie. The first two were incredible, but that last one was fucking dog shit. What a coincidence. Matt Walsh, ban all third world immigration, legal or illegal. There should be a moratorium on all immigration from the third world. We've reached our capacity. It's time to ban third world immigration, legal or illegal. It's time to ban third world. Did they literally copy the same thing? That's weird. They're not even associated with the Daily Wire. I wonder if they're even running their own Twitter accounts. Yeah, that is really weird. It's either that or they're retarded and they literally just copy each other. Who knows?
In Chinese politics today, what is the equivalent of liberal or conservative in American politics?
I mean, they're all beholden to Xi Jinping in one way or another. Generally speaking, you have some people who are more pro-market, and then you have the statists, you know, people, most of the careers in state-owned enterprises. So all the military industrialists, I would guess that they're more pro-state power. But actually, those figures, I think, will ultimately be somewhat stabilizing, because you basically saw this in the Soviet Union. For those people, they just want to preserve their vested interests. So it's like, okay, whoever is in charge, as long as you subsidize the state sector some more, I'll support you. In the Soviet Union, after Stalin died, or even, you know, between the sort of post-Khrushchev transition, they were stabilizing politically, even though they ended up damaging the Soviet economy by demanding so many subsidies for their own sector. So the fact that you have quite a number of these guys from the military-industrial sector as Politburo member potentially could be stabilizing.
What are the important factors?
It is a big deal. I mean, this is definitely an unprecedented move. These are scientists, public health.
RFK Jr. removes all members of CDC vaccine advisory panel. Yeah. Uh-oh, somebody who knows more than me, who's an expert, is disagreeing. Gotta purge.
Health officials.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Holy shit, the Humanist Report uploaded a video about Greta calling her a hero. It's the most pathetic apologetic video I've ever seen from him, lol. You could just skip around if you don't want to watch it all.
I don't even know why I'd bother. Well, the Humanist Report is, like he's a pussy.
I don't have a video prep.
Like, bro, this guy's the definition of soy. Like, he's really, really... I guess the proper term would be Super Weenie Hut Jr. So, yeah, this guy's like a massive, massive whiny crybaby beta.
Prepped for today, but I do have this quick video for you where I talk about approximately one of the Gaza flotilla. She set sail and diverted it to Israel, and they essentially took the individuals on this boat hostage.
Oh my god. He said they took them hostage. Do you know what a hostage is?
Israel's war crimes, decided to weigh in, and he tried to dunk on Greta Thunberg. Satiate her ego. She put her life on the line to draw attention to a serious crisis that you claim to care about, Piers.
Whatever, we've seen it all before. They're all just like, I mean, at this point they literally suck cock. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Well, it's Sophocell Trump is a Nazi.
Yes, he actually is. He's supporting a fascist regime. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dr. Eggplant donated $2. While viruses and prions aren't alive to begin with, and bacteria and fungi aren't sentient, do you consider parasites sentient? I'm not sure. It might depend on the parasite, but I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, Dr. Eggplant. Dodo donated $2. Not a single person in mainstream media or Congress is accusing Trump of being a literal Russian asset. This is still a fringe theory. If something gets leaked, they will say it's phony and the Russia hoax 2.0, even though it's obvious all along for us. I mean, like, what is... You could give him, like, some level of plausible deniability where, oh, he's a terrible negotiator, he's a bitch, he won't stand up to, you know, big bad, like, fascists. Like, you could give him all those excuses, but it's gotten to a point where he's literally trying to prevent Ukraine from even being able to have defense systems. Like, not, you know, offensive systems where they could, like, kill Russians or anything, but defensive systems that they're willing to pay for. And again, his whole thing with Ukraine, why should we give them money? Why should we, like, spend billions of dollars? These are fucking defense systems that would protect against drone and missile attacks that he's refusing to sell them for money. Like, it's gotten to a point where there's absolutely no plausible deniability whatsoever. The guy is just simply a Russian spy. There's no other kind of, like, there's no excuses you can make or weird fucking mental gymnastics you can do to say, oh, it's a coincidence or something. Like, the guy's a Russian spy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The ice protsas are far worse than what is shown.
Let me see.
Holy cow, they're throwing bricks at the police.
Yeah.
This is our city, and this was Mexico. You can't.
Yep. Communists.
Kick us out of the land that was ours.
LA has erupted over the past few days as ICE officials came in and carried out a few raids. The past few days have been wild here on the streets of LA. Cars have been burnt, intersections have been taken over. Local and state officials are not happy with what's going on with the federal government. The footage you're about to see is absolutely insane. The police are coming through right now. Speak no more and get into the video. Everyone's out here protesting right now. ISIS came through here down in LA. The streets are erupting here. Let's see what's going on. The National Guard has been deployed out here into the streets of LA. Thousands of protesters are here on the streets right now. Right here on this federal building, you have words like F-ICE, revolution starting here, here for my family, all sorts of stuff. Right here you have the National Guard. They've come through. You have troops, about 300 in different directions. Trump sent in about 2,000 people. There's groups of 300 sent around the city right here. And this one is at the side of the federal building here at one of the ICE detention centers here in LA. What's your message to the National Guard here today?
The National Guard.
And why do you think they got sent out here today?
They got sent because we don't have a president that can lead.
And what fears you most about Donald Trump and the ICE raids coming through here in Los Angeles?
I don't fear that motherfucker. Have you seen our community? I don't fear that motherfucker.
Donald Trump, homeboy on a motherfucking real that piece of shit.
What's the water for?
Diffuse tear gas. If you need it. Yeah. If you throw a canister in one of these, it should diffuse it enough, or at least stop the chemical reaction.
And what makes you want to come out here with the Honduras flag out here?
I mean, these are my roots right here, you know? This is where my family came from. I'm a first gen.
A lot of people wonder on social media, why are people coming out here with other nationalities' flags? If they don't like America, why don't they go back to
I love America and what it represents. You know, the idea of America to our people is a better future and an opportunity to have a job and create something that in our homes we don't have. You know, so we love America. We want to be here. We want to contribute, you know, and I agree. The people that have committed crimes and, you know, like an actual crime of, you know, murder, something like that, I can agree with that. You know, I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say, no, keep everybody here. Yeah. But the people who are here, hardworking people.
Right now, do you think it's right for them to go after the most dangerous people like they say they're doing?
I mean, I don't see nobody here has attacked them. And they initiated all.
They're throwing bricks and Molotov cocktails at the police. Like, what the fuck?
You do realize that Israel has committed war crimes on Greta, right? They attacked them with tear gas, which is illegal to use. And they were still on international water when the IOF boarded them. Unimpeded humanitarian aid should never be blocked under INT law.
That's great.
This was Mexico, no it's La, which is part of the United States. Get it right, bitch.
Yeah. It is LA. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you believe in the nucleus overload theory by Megan from Team 3D Alpha?
No.
He claims training a muscle every day increases satellite cells in muscle cells and gives steroid-like gains naturally. Thoughts?
Yeah, that dumbass from 3D, Team 3D Alpha, he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. The dude's a complete clown, doesn't know how to read research. No, there's no evidence for that. It's complete fucking nonsense. Again, if any of this were true, again, like the most jacked people on the planet would be training every day. He'd have a better physique and be stronger than he is. Like, everything he's saying is just nonsense. He doesn't know shit. Thanks for the donation, Blake. Dodo donate $2. I'm curious if Destiny would agree with you that Trump is a Russian spy. He would probably make excuses. I'd like to see you hop into a stream, ramble about it. You haven't done that in a while since his breakup, but now you're both divorced. That's great. Yeah, I'll do that some other time. I want to read into a bit more of the backstory with his connection with Russia before I do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
All of this, we're peacefully protesting. They're the ones that come out with riot shields. They come out with billy clubs and all kinds of shit. I don't know who's the aggressor here, but it ain't us.
Oh, weird. The communists are all lying gaslighters. Who would have fucking figured? Isn't that a surprise?
You! I can't wait to know you! Take off your badge, big boy! Take off your badge! Coward! Get that shit in my fucking face!
Okay. That guy's yelling at the ICE officials for being a coward for wearing a mask. Meanwhile, he also has a mask on. What's your message to the police officers in the National Guard right now?
They've got a choice. They don't have to do this fucking shit. That's it. They can either be American citizens or they can be what they're doing right now.
You don't think they're acting like as American citizens?
No.
Do you think they're trying to protect the country or make it a more dangerous place?
What do you mean? Like, this is way, way beyond what it needs to be.
Something's about to break out real soon.
Yeah.
Do you feel keep taunting the police officers with all these other flags, all these other words they're saying to these police officers in National Guard? Something.
This is our fucking turf. F these motherfuckers. Free them all! Stolen people on stolen land. Black people were stolen.
Yeah, there you go. More communists.
And it was taken from the indigenous. Stolen people.
I don't know how they function in just normal daily life. These people are just massive, massive crybabies. Like, holy shit. This is, like, they must all watch Hassan's stream. They all have to be Hassan fans.
Guard is right there with their troops. The lawyers have arrived.
Yeah.
Right behind me, gathering right now. They're all masked up. They're
Oh, look, terrorists.
circle. Looks like they're... More police are coming.
Don't you worry, VG, one fine day the communists will be extinct and they will wonder why.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that day. Dude, I'd love to blow these people away with the 40-40 mics.
The police have been overtaken here on the streets. There's about 10 of them now here on the streets, and over 1,000 protesters are throwing waters at the police. Now the police are about to shoot.
Yeah, shoot him.
What's the deal?
What's the deal? It's crazy out here, man.
Now look.
The police, I don't understand.
Right.
I understand that these people are upset, but the police are trying to leave. There's about versus antagonist. National Guard has now been activated. They've left their spots. And they're pushing everybody.
Thoughts on greasing the groove, GTG? Like, would a beginner be better off using starting strength or strong lifts 5x5 type training instead of GTG? Is there a reason to use GTG instead sometimes?
Is greasing the groove even a training program? The only time you'd want to do greasing the groove type training is if you have like issues with a particular lift, like pull-ups. So if you can only do like 2 or 3 pull-ups, it would make sense to do that type of training, but strong lifts 5x5, there's no reason to do 5 sets of 5 if you're a beginner. That's just way too much volume. It's stupid. Just do starting strength. Thanks for the donation, W.
Got this guy out here.
Dodo, donate $2. What do you think the employment rate in that crowd is and average net worth? It's a combination of broke-ass losers who still live at home with their parents and probably some rich, spoiled kids that live in Beverly Hills. I don't know what the exact, split or breakdown is, but I can guarantee you it's some combination of those. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You're shooting silly string at the police officer. Shots are being fired. All sorts of stuff are happening right now here on the streets of LA.
You are the rioters!
So these are what they're shooting at the protesters. There are these rubber bullets right here. These are powerful. They're coming out and they're ricocheting everywhere at the protesters. As a protester, do you feel like you guys are accomplishing your purpose out here today?
I don't know who you are, man. I'm not talking to you.
Wait, so what happened to this guy right here?
He got hit with a rubber bullet.
This is the most embarrassing crowd of people I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Donald Trump! Fascism! Let our people free!
It's innocent until proven guilty. It's not like,
Finally glad to see a protest in Ireland without a single Palestine flag. The Irishman I finally fed up with jihad and mass immigration.
Ezra Levant here for Rebel News. We just landed, as you can see, in Cork, Ireland. That's the second largest city in this country. County Cork well, but I like what I do know. They have the famous Blarney Stone in the Blarney Castle, which if you kiss the Blarney Stone, flags amongst them. But I mean, take a look right there. It's dominant, the Palestinian flag. And I think I even see, well, I was going to say I thought I saw a Hezbollah flag. I'm mistaken. Lots of this march is, there's my bald head. Let me just turn around a little bit. This march.
Yeah, I guess since a huge portion of Ireland basically cucked to the British Empire, they're just deciding on their own to just turn the country into a shithole, just like the UK. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
unmasked and with their name, a large identifying nameplate visible. Because they're public servants, they don't have a right to the constitutional rights. They don't have the right to the first, fourth, fifth. None of those amendments apply to them. They only apply to citizens, not the state.
On all four entrances of this intersection.
I don't know what the fuck he means by that. If a cop got arrested, they would still have the same set of rights. What the fuck does he mean by that? Like, the police aren't the ones being arrested, dumbass.
Protesters have surrounded it. Now police are coming in on all angles right now. At the police. They were throwing bricks at the police officers, shattered the back of the police officer's car. Now they're taking open fire here in the streets.
Remember, Gavin Newsom was on the news saying, oh, they're just peaceful protests. Trump's the one who's escalating things. There's a reason why California's like this. It's just because their leadership are all just fucking bitches.
And just when you think it could get more crazy, the madness just continues here on the streets. Anybody who's a part of LAPD needs to be ready to be out.
Those aren't the worst.
These people are just the fucking worst. Oh. Well, that's terrible. It's too bad the cops were only using rubber bullets. They should consider using harder bullets.
vaccine advisors who usually don't really have like a political affiliation. They're in this position to act as, in an advisory role, to review the science, to discuss different recommendations around vaccines and ages and who should be using different vaccines. They meet a couple of times a year, and they are really responsible for helping to set the vaccine schedule for children. And this is something that Kennedy has been talking about. Obviously, a huge priority for him and for the administration is rooting out what they've called corporate influence in some of these science roles and in these health agencies. But these vaccine advisors, this committee is really seen as sort of like an independent agency, or not an agency, but an independent panel who make recommendations to the agency, and then they can act on that. And so what he's doing is getting rid of all 17 members of this voting committee. They usually serve around 4-year terms. And what happens next is sort of to be determined, but they're saying that they are going to replace and appoint, an entirely new 17 voting members of this committee.
All right, wait. So new members are going to come in?
Yeah, that is what's likely going to happen. Because most of the members that were on this committee didn't have terms that expired until 2028. So in this op-ed, Kennedy said, without totally sort of stripping this committee clean of all the current members, they wouldn't have been able to appoint new people until 2028. And in that way, sort of treating these as political appointees, but historically they haven't been. It's scientists and public health experts who are typically appointed to this committee, and it's not really people that are seen as, political appointees.
Madison, trying to understand the implications of a move such as this, does it mean that the childhood vaccine schedule could change? Does it mean that annual flu shots might not necessarily come with the same cadence or the same recommendation? What are the implications of this?
It's sort of to be determined because we don't know how quickly they're going to put new people in. That's one of the things that we don't know yet, is maybe they already have a list of people that they're going to want to put into these roles. But, there is an upcoming meeting, and it's important, I think, that they act quickly in order to ensure that the schedule and, stays on track, and that they are able to roll out these important recommendations and to keep things moving. So right now, there's still a lot of questions that are not answered in this op-ed, but this was something that Senator Bill Cassidy actually was one of the...
You are eerily a black neo-Nazi. You happily call out brown ethnics retards like Muslims, but when it comes to niggers and Hispanics behaving like monkeys like you see in US, you ignore it and stay silent. Fucking bigot piece of shit, spineless asshole.
Well, my apologies. Thanks for the donation, Clance.
Agreements that he had with RFK and with HHS when he voted to confirm him was that there wouldn't be major changes to this committee, which is called ACIP, without Cassidy being involved. And so we don't know, if he was aware about this, but this is, an important sort of agreement that the two had made, contingent on Bill Cassidy voting to confirm Kennedy.
Madison, I think about this, right? With all kinds of healthcare, you need independence, you need transparency. You want to make sure that care and advisories around healthcare or vaccines are very true and safe, and there are no politics in it. There are no companies necessarily pushing anything. So what I'm curious is, if this panel becomes more politicized in some ways, does the AMA come in? Does somebody else come in and say, listen, there's a lot going on in Washington. Here's what we recommend. And is that enough for people to listen? Or do you need these panels or this committee because that's where healthcare coverage comes in? Or, I'm just trying to understand the importance also of this committee beyond the advisory.
Yeah.
Elias Tony Tiller's amendment addresses the Holocaust issue, 814. Is this his website?
I don't think stamp idea, that one out of the way. So I have described the Holocaust as one of the worst examples of human behavior in all of history, and pointed out how first they segregated the Jews, they labeled them, they disenfranchised them, forced them to live in a slum. Did ever they can, in terms of just showing that eventually they were going to kill them. But anyway, and then, they have a final solution paper. It's an actual paper written about how, well, this, camp idea, that's what the concentration camps were supposed to be, as camps for the Jews. So they were just separated from society, but it was like a retirement home. It's just so insidious. Anyway, that they were...
No, they were death camps. They were designed as death camps.
End up going to make super Jews, because they've treated them terribly, and the only ones who will survive are going to be these super Jews.
Not just the LA riots, but any protest in general usually consist of the weakest, sickly-looking people. Where are the able-bodied people to drive some change? Do these people even care, or are just there for pictures and looting? Extremely gay and homo.
No, they're probably just there for attention. They got nothing better to do. They think they'll impress their friends. And communism and such. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. 21st Savage donate Taylor as a reminder of who the LA mayor is. This will be Gavin Newsom's running mate in 2028. Newsom Bass, useless woman. Isn't she a fucking communist?
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Right now, if you need help...
Yeah, not too bright.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent?
Yeah, I've already seen that. True. Question mark. White man attacked by 3 black men. If opposite had happened, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Great, thanks, dude.
And, they can't let the super Jews loose. So that's the final solution. And the final solution didn't mention certain things and just mentioned the fact that, well, if you can't work them to death and you can't starve them to death, then maybe find a staircase you can accidentally put a banana peel on and have a happy accident. And that's what it was. Okay, those are the facts. So the fact is...
What a fucking retard, dude. This is well known. They were death camps. The Nazis had always intended to mass execute them. They had already been mass executing Jews. There's photos you can look up online where they round up Jews and just kill them all at gunpoint in mass pits. Like...
Why are these communists so sociopathic?
Well, it's because you have to be a stupid, selfish cunt to be a communist in the first place. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I see. How do you get it off? Yeah, it sticks on pretty good.
There's millions of Jews were killed viciously, horribly, slowly, miserably, awfully, just the worst possible way you can suck the blood out of them. The worst possible ways, diseases, all kinds of horrible conditions, just awful. Couldn't really be described much worse as a meat grinder, as a Jew grinder.
Oh, is he, does he believe in that bullshit conspiracy theory that, the gas chambers were for delousing?
All right. So me saying that isn't enough. So, you know, you're a Holocaust denier if you don't say some of this other crap that has to be said. So it's not saying enough to say it was ignorant bigotry. It was a horrible crime against our intelligence and decency.
Yes, that's because you're spreading Holocaust revisionism or denial. And you're spreading Nazi propaganda, you fucking idiot.
It was psychotic.
Okay, whatever, I've seen that.
I mean, this committee is really important for helping to set the, immunization schedule for kids. And this is a part of the decision-making process that our healthcare agencies use. And I think that that's something.
Strong evidence that they improve muscle performance. Then we'll have a look at a supplement I take for memory and cognition. The first supplement on my list is the most widely studied of all, and the evidence is so strong that the International Society of Sports Nutrition supplement and after exercise. And like specifically, we know that there is no link to hair loss not associated.
Oh my god.
Before one.
Creatine, protein powder, Team G, I don't know what the fuck that is. Multivitamins, fine. Omega-3, sure. Slim husk, I think that's... Collagen's just fucking stupid. Hyaluronic acid, whatever. Melatonin, whatever.
With 200 wins and 0 losses.
I don't count the wins, I don't count the losses. What I do count is the experience. Every time I jump on a scale and my opponent is there to jump on the scale, I'm thankful. If people fight out of anger, they last very little. They're the ones up against a rope, look between their gloves. Back in the days, it was about honor. Without the honor, then there's no...
21st Savage donated $2. Kebab in Japan. I don't know if that's actually Japan. Yeah, I'm not so sure if that's Japan. That is embarrassing. I would never, ever, ever live in the fucking UK, dude. Hostage.
بإجر مين هلا؟ يا ترى
Yeah, hostage. Cuck husband.
I was struggling to eat in a ville at the beach and this happened.
Usually it's a struggle for me to eat outside anywhere, and sometimes I can always just pull up my veil like this, eat through here, but I actually found a better solution.
Is it eating through your eye slit?
No! Fun fact, this guy actually used to think I ate with my eye slit before we got married.
Because I saw people eating with spaghetti in here.
This is my solution, guys. We actually have a tent. There is a window, so I can just put it down when I'm eating, have my bagel, turn around, and lift my veil and eat this way. Everything's covered, right, Nugs? You can't see anything?
You can't see anything, no.
I can also turn around and eat. I just have to put this up.
Can I have a bite?
No.
Can I be in there when you're eating?
I want you in here when I'm eating.
They don't even realize how pathetic and stupid they look. Well, thanks for the donation, 21st.
I just heard that you, 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 I just heard that you. Any chance you'd give your boy a chance when all that is done?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains husband.
No respect, and where there's no respect, there's no discipline. I'm a martial artist to this day.
Yeah.
Still, they say, well, you created kickboxing. Yeah, I say I did, that's a sport.
Yeah.
But I'm a martial artist first. The first time anybody came with me with an ice pick, I hit him.
An ice pick?
Yeah, I hit him. Boom, he went down. I figured he's done, he don't want nothing to do with it. I went to turn, and this guy pulled an ice pick and stuck me in the rear.
Oh, he stabbed you.
He stabbed me in the rear, and I turned.
Yeah.
Because when I turned, he still had it. So I side kicked his face, and he let go of me.
Oh.
And I couldn't take the ice pick out of my rear. But you see, in the street,
yeah,
defending is how good you are here, because most people don't. It used to be an honor said, okay, this fight just stand up, right? Now everybody's carrying something.
Yeah.
And you can always tell when they're carrying something because they're reaching, they're covering it.
Exactly.
There is no honor fight no more.
No.
Even in certain countries, when you go out there and do, these are the rules go out the window. You know, say you grab my t-shirt, boom, oh. I stop you from hitting me with that hand.
Yeah.
So it's here, there's nerves on your hand, I will hit the nerve, hit the nerve, so your fingers go numb, hit the nerves, come back, boom, and people said, dang, you're fast. I said, no, my timing is impeccable.
Your timing? Is there a way to develop your timing?
Absolutely.
Can you show me something?
You know what?
I would say he's fast. I've seen his fights. He is indeed very quick.
Timing, for instance, for one thing, sure. Put your toes on this line, face me. Step.
A step.
And back.
Okay.
Now I want you to use your head and your chest. The head gives you the speed of movement. I can start a jab, pop, and shoot. Because when you come in, you got me prepared.
Right.
And then the stutter means I see you did nothing, then it follows right behind
Bam.
you. Follows right behind
Right.
It's what they call a stutter jab, stutter right cross. Or you think back. So you keep your foot there, and your back leg bends, and your head goes backwards to 6 o'clock. I'm 12.
Okay.
Okay, so nice strike, see, just enough to get away. When my hand comes back, bring your chest to me.
Ooh, bam.
That's it, shoot.
Yeah.
Jab me.
A jab? Oh, yeah, okay.
It's a bang.
Yeah.
And it's done with the shoulder. The shoulders are the hammers. Your hands are the chisel.
Interesting.
So, if you close fist, if you hit me, which most people hit like this, or they hit like this.
Right.
But if you chisel it, that's the cutting edge.
So that's the rotation.
At the end.
Ah, I see. Bam.
So no matter how much Vaseline I put, at the end of it, the cutting edge.
So is that the reason for the corkscrew punch?
That's right, just like that.
Oh, interesting.
So if you're looking at me, jab.
A jab?
Don't take your eyes off me, jab.
Okay.
Jab, jab, jab. You don't need to take your eyes off me at all. Point is, we're just so used to looking at a target, aiming. Problem is, you don't have time for that. Because if I see you, you're looking at my hand, I'll go, bing.
Yeah.
And automatic, because I see you following it, and you don't.
Go do something else. I gave you a warning, and you came back to just pollute my comment section with whining horseshit. Go do something else.
See nothing coming at you. 1 foot away is a punching zone.
This is the punching zone?
Right.
Yeah.
That means all you have to do is bend your knee and catch. So people look for power, they cock the shoulder back. But instead of doing that, if I lean, I shoot from here. If I bring it back here, it takes so long to get there.
Yeah.
If I go shorter, faster, shorter.
So there's no telegraph.
So everybody thinks I want power. So either you come to the fight with a shotgun, you come to the fight with a machine gun. You want to do multiple?
Yeah.
Don't cock the hand back so far.
No.
Bang, bang, bang. Instead of bringing it back.
Right.
Which
I
most
think
people do.
because they want power, right?
That's right.
So how do you get power in these short, snappy punches?
Shoulder, hip, and heel. Shoot that first before you shoot the hand. Go. No, before you shoot the hand. Go. That's it. Do it again. That means so you got this movement going, right?
Right.
So there's a repetition going all the way down as you stop.
Yeah.
And the ways we're going calf.
Okay.
You have a sweep.
Right.
Which if I use the shin and try to go for this one, I will hit the shin. Okay. Here, you have a nerve. I'm going to hit like this.
Cutting.
Exactly, cutting edge. And using the shin, I'm going to cut. Okay. The inside sweep is the same.
Bam.
Going to 1 o'clock. So the diamond cut is, if I'm 12 o'clock, we use the clock system. I'm 12, that's 3, that's 6, that's 9. The diamond cut is 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock. When I use a sweep, I'm diamond cutting. I'm shooting, diamond cutting. So that way, if I know you got good hands, I'm going to take this calf. So now you can't jump.
Right.
Especially if you like to jump around.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that front leg from you so you can't jump. Now you have to be on your ground, right? Can't stay on your toes.
No.
I just cut it
And
out.
then you can just pick me apart.
Matter of time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's your sweep. You have your front, you have your regular sweep, you have your inside sweep, and then you have your switch outside sweep.
Oh.
Okay, so those are the 3 sweeps. So the first one, you lean jab.
Right.
That means gives you the distance of angle. You will sweep straight like a front ball kick, and you will bomb it right here on my calf.
Right after the jab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Hey, don't turn so much hip. Go.
Oh.
No, a little bit more shoulder. That's it. Again, go. So when that right shoulder is forward, this right hand is forward. When the right shoulder goes back, left hand's forward. So you're going to step jab, and then you're going to slide up just a little bit because you have long legs. Inside sweep. Exactly.
Okay.
Right again. That's it. So your front leg, front hand is 1 count.
I see.
So when you step, that's 1. Now, if I go like this, then your back leg slides deep.
Ooh, yeah.
So it makes it up.
Yeah.
But if you jab,
yeah,
and I do this, I just go in there and block it like this.
Yeah.
Hey, all you have to do is just bring your leg about 2 inches forward, and then turn your hip. Boom.
Bam.
That's your trigger. Boom.
Ah.
And instead of just doing this,
you want to load the hip.
Now you have a trigger point. All right. So then your third one, switch jab, is your left hand goes forward, your left leg goes back.
Like this?
That's it. Look at.
So you would even use it against the jab?
That's right.
A lot of people have trouble with the spinning back kick because it takes them a long time to turn around.
Yeah, because you're doing spinning side kicks.
Can you explain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch. I'm going like this. Watch my knee.
Yeah. So that was a bad example. Because
that's how I've been taught.
Really?
I've been taught in the, probably 63 is how I've been taught to do a spinning back kick.
Okay.
Okay. And I realized when I was doing it in 73, when I was doing it full contact, they were, someone would walk into it and I would be going around them. And I said, okay, so then I started making it tighter and tighter. Pretty soon, I started going so tight they couldn't see it. And when I hit them, and so, because they couldn't see it, they would shoot the right hand. The wrist will, once you shot that right hand, I move with you.
You go with it.
That's it. I just move. So even if you strike, I move with it. Boom.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I got a big dip there.
Yeah. Watch this.
So you throw a spinning back kick.
Okay.
And I catch it.
Can you do that one more time?
Sure. You jab. No, nobody throws a spinning back kick without a jab.
I set it up?
That's your setup.
Right. I go
now from there. Once I hit your... I stop you from throwing. I'm going boom. Because when most people throw around spinning step, I'm already hitting you. Different angles. By the time you look at me, I'm...
Los Angeles has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations, but these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate LA from the migrant invasion and to put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and LA will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Why does he always sound like a bad guy? You ever know? He always sounds like the bad guy in a movie. What's bad about the Trump post? Well, I don't think LA has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. He's calling this an insurrection, which actually, I think depending on the people attacking, I actually kind of agree with that. I think you could, if there was a violent group of people who were together, who were swarming against like ICE buildings to stop immigration policy from the federal government, I actually think that would hit all of the things to call it an insurrection, an insurrectionist mob. I think that's actually fair. But I mean, it seems pretty obvious that LA had the resources to handle it. California had the resources to handle it. So him being so hungry and thirsty to activate his National Guard here just seems like really ridiculous. Like I mean, this is what authoritarian leaders like to do.
To be fair, it's LA. So I don't know if they're actually going to act effectively in response to these riots. And also, to be fair to Donald Trump, you know, he was president during the George Floyd riots, and he said he regretted not calling the National Guard in. So he probably is a little more motivated to call in the National Guard because of the George Floyd thing.
It's just crazy to me that, like, for all these guys who were obsessed with Jordan Peterson and archetypes and stories and Young, like, all of them just sound so much like every authoritarian bad guy leader from V for Vendetta or like from every movie ever.
Does everyone that has been arrested by ICE agents have a criminal record like those you've described?
Absolutely not. And I said from day one, January 20th, we will prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. However, we will enforce law. I may prioritize my family life over my work. Doesn't mean I ignore my work. We're going to force immigration law. We've been honest about that from day one, especially in sanctuary cities. When we can't get the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail, they release him to the street. Well, we got to go to the street and find them. And when we find them, many times they're with others. Others that are in the United States illegally may not be a criminal target, but guess what? If ICE is there arresting that bad guy and other aliens are there, we're going to arrest them. That's what sanctuary cities get. They put us in the neighborhood, they force us in the neighborhood. This is what happens.
Wildly underprepared National Guard troops seen sleeping on floors in exclusive photos. Photos obtained by the Chronicle show California National Guard troops deployed by the Trump admin to LA packed together in what appeared to be federal building basements or loading docks. Maybe they're just chilling. Do you think there's any legs for an argument that we're screwed because the majority of people that show up to protests or rallies believe more in some form of radicalism than liberal democracy? Yeah, so I just yeah, it's hard because I guess I just sound like a contrarian on everything, but like people, like Hassan was going out to the protests and stuff, and I only tuned in for a little bit. I don't know, maybe there were different ones or whatever, but just because somebody goes out to a protest or just because somebody protests doesn't necessarily make it a good thing. Those people aren't protesting this administration. They're just out there with any opportunity to protest the United States. Like, that's it. Like, if you were to ask these people, like, if you were to go out and ask these people, like, what are you protesting? They're just going to say, like, immigration enforcement, period. Like, they'll say it's the same no matter which administration or whatever else. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, is every single Democratic protest now in the future going to have these retarded f***ing Palestinian flags showing up at it? Like, what the f*** does that even have to do with it? Yeah, I don't know. But the important thing is that there are like multiple reasons why this is really bad. One is that you don't want to form allies at protests with people that don't want anywhere remotely the same thing that you want. That's one. Number two is that these people, again, remember, are not practicing politics. They're going for engagement on social media, which leads into point three, and that there's no policy outcomes that these people are ever aiming towards. And I don't think people are aware of how strategic the organizing was in the civil rights era. Like, there are rooms full of people with MLK and other organizers where they're talking about, like, how do we organize? Where do we go? What's the most effective way to do it? What do we want the behavior of everybody to be? It's organizing. It's organizing. It's not just random people showing up, with their phones for social media pictures. And there's an explicit goal. There are concessions they're looking for. There's legislation they're looking for. There are, like, specific asks that are there because you need them. Because you want the other side to have something to negotiate against as well, right? There has to be something. But all it's been for, it feels like for the past like 20 years, all it's been is just outrage at like aimed in no particular direction, and then that's it. President Donald Trump's rush to deploy California National Guard troops to Los Angeles has left dozens of soldiers without adequate sleeping arrangements, forced to pack together in one or more federal buildings, resting on the floors of what appear to be basement or loading docks, the Chronicle has learned. The state troops federalized by the Trump administration over the weekend to confront immigration protesters without the approval of Governor Gavin Newsom were wildly underprepared, said a person directly involved with the deployment, who asked to remain anonymous because they were not authorized to speak on the issue. Senior military leaders advised Monday that the California troops could continue sleeping on floors or outdoors until Thursday, at which point federal officials would decide whether to make more permanent lodging plans. By Monday afternoon, additional National Guard troops were expected to reach LA, upping the total from around 300 late Saturday to more than 2,100. Best thinks Trump wouldn't manufacture fake protests and violence? No, he wouldn't, because they are too inept. It's time to address the optics cocks. Do you think the Mexican flags matter or not?
Stop asking me why I delete streams. If I delete streams, it's because of community guideline reasons. It's always that reason. Stop asking.
I think I would need to hear a coherent argument for why they're good. I feel like the Mexican flags are cringe as fuck. I thought the point is that like we're all Americans and we shouldn't be deporting people. I guess like intuitively, like if you're flying a Mexican flag, it's like, oh, okay, well, there's the Mexican, like take him back to Mexico, like bye. I don't know. That's my feeling. Like I don't like what are you doing? That we were protesting Americans being deported back to or being deported away to other countries. Not I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like I should see like Hispanic people flying American flags, but I also don't know. I don't even know who is involved in most of these protests. Like it's probably people that don't give a f about America or don't give a f about any real political end or anything as well. So they're just there to shit on America, I guess. I don't know. I think flying, I don't know, like paired flags, like an American and a Mexican flag together, I think stuff like that I think could be okay. But like we're protesting Americans or people that live in America that are being deported back to another country. And we're protesting the...
Dude, every single fucking time I delete a stream or a video, I get 80 fucking people asking, why do you do it? Why do you do it? Why did you do it? And I've said over and over and over again, don't ask me. It's always for one specific reason, TOS, and still, every fucking time. Like, yeah, it gets annoying.
You know, American federal, Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a federal thing. Like, so I don't know why. I don't understand. I would have to see the argument for just having just flying a Mexican flag seems cringe. Well, if the alternative is those people stay at home and don't do anything like most Americans, then that would be preferential. Just stay home. If you don't know what you're protesting for, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, then just stay home and let the people that know what they're doing do stuff. You hurt the cause. Well, you don't hurt the cause. You hurt a politically effective cause. But I mean, it's helpful for social media pics. A lot of people are getting sick fucking selfies out of these protests. So someone's making good content out of it, you know.
You come and arrest him. Should he do it? He's done a terrible job. Look. I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget. What does your intel tell you about these people causing all the problems? Oh, are they people ISIS trying to deport, or are they professional agitators? The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you.
Did he call for Gavin to be arrested here? Was it in the beginning? I can't hear shit.
Holman, to come and arrest him. Should he?
Oh, is it the beginning? Holman said to come and arrest him? Is that...
Holman, to come and arrest him. Should he do it?
I'm not even reporting this. I can't hear this shit. I don't know what the fuck this is. I need to know what he's responding to. I need to know what it was before this is regard. Look at this comment on some saying they should use American flags at the protest. Mexican flags are good/neutral because some people are Mexican Americans and are being targeted by ICE just for being brown. It's at least a symbol that works for that. And I think you need to listen to your own arguments about concern trolling/optics cucks. We can't get bogged down with what might be bad when the other side is worse, especially in this situation where reporters are getting shot and people are being... Then fly a pair of flags. Like, flags are important. Like, it's not... This isn't... Like, you talk about, like, optics cucking. A flag is literally only there for optics. The whole point of flying a flag is to signal, like, what it is you believe in. And so if you've got a bunch of conservatives claiming we're being invaded by Mexicans and a whole bunch of people are, doing basically insurrectionist behavior with Mexican flags, I mean, like, it's just like, why the fuck? I don't know. Don't you agree that immigration is good for the country? That's what they're protesting for generally. Aren't you doing what your kids love to doing often and dividing the cause? The problem is that like ICE as an organization is a good organization to have. Laws around immigration and the border is a good thing to protect. Like what we should be advocating for is comprehensive immigration reform, probably some form of amnesty for the people that are here because that's the only realistic outcome, and then some like more reasonable border policy. But the messaging can't be illegal immigration is good, all illegal immigrants are good, and nobody should be deported ever, and ICE is inherently like an evil organization that needs to be disbanded. Like this is just like a slightly less retarded version of ACAB. It's just stupid. It's aimless. Most Americans won't support it. There's no like coherent action plan for like what it seems like protesters are even calling for. Like, do you think the messaging on the left has been dumbed down because of the constant dumbed down messaging from right that gets perpetuated? No, the messaging on the left is because the people in charge of the messaging aren't in charge of getting people elected, I think. If they spit, we will hit. What is a good example of an American protest? I feel like the civil rights era, from my very limited understanding of US history, the civil rights era seemed to be the most pointed, best form of like targeted protests with specific asks in mind, with specific organizing principles. But I'm sure prior to that, I'm sure there were other great examples of protests. I'm sure women's suffrage had a lot that I just don't know about. The Boston Tea Party was the targeting of an explicit good that was dumped to protest an explicit policy. The catastrophic Gavin Newsom-inspired riots. What? The insurrectionists have a tendency to spit in the face of the National Guardsmen, such women and others. These patriots are told to accept this. It's just a way of life, but not the Trump admin. If they spit, we will hit. Okay. Even MLK recognized why people riot. Yeah, and he told them not to constantly. MLK recognized how absolutely cancer, AIDS, violence, and rioting was to any particular cause. That's why they policed the out of their own organizers and protesters. What do you think of the Occupy Wall Street protests? The same thing. They were aimless protests that had no direction. They weren't making any specific policy aims. They didn't have any coherent organizers. They didn't really seem to understand what they were asking for. What's a good protest look like? Does protesting peacefully do good if the government is acting legally? A good protest has organizers, and they have specific concessions that they're looking to get, and they're looking to get these concessions from a specific person. That's what you want. You have a person you need to have a person that you can negotiate against. So obviously, some kind of like organizer leader who's making like a specific actionable thing, an ask that you have, and then you've got a group of people that feel strongly about the cause and are rallying behind it. Basically, there's a bunch of like more minor tactics that go into protests or whatever. I wouldn't know all of these. I'll tell you this, but without that broader stuff, it's just a bunch of people that get mad. Somebody keeps saying sometimes it's good to just show dissatisfaction as well, especially now with everything Trump is doing. Maybe they should call for Trump to be impeached. If they wanted to center it on impeachment or whatever, then sure, at least that's an actionable thing, sure. But no, just general dissatisfaction is not good. It doesn't do anything. That's why we just trade presidents from administration to administration and nothing actually gets done. Why is Trump so immune to criticism? Even when the left comes out to protest injustice, they basically never mention him because the far left doesn't care about Trump. They just hate the United States. I don't know how many more times I can say this. Do you think protests would be best if they were organized by the DNC with known speakers or more of a grassroots vibe? I mean, grassroots is the best, but the problem is there are no grassroots Democratic people now. It's all leftists and conservatives. All the grassroots people on the conservative side are trying to cash out into some kind of Trump support, and the grassroots people on the left are all fucking commies and losers, unfortunately. Would you be against the Vietnam protests in the 60s? What did I say that would implicate being against the Vietnam protests in the 60s? Were people protesting U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War and they wanted us to not be in the Vietnam War anymore? What responsibility do you attribute to the DNC for the lack of grassroots movements in support of them? I think the Democrats, I think liberals are pretty spineless. In a way, it all, just analyze it all as a YouTuber. In a way, it all comes back to that, like the online shit, and the way that, like, if people to the left of you are being crazy, you should be able to just, like, call them crazy and say, hey, it's time for you to get the f out, like, you're insane, like, leave. But for some reason, we can never do that. So when you've got, when you've got trans women online talking about how they're getting periods, it's like, this is f***ing loony shit, like, go do this somewhere else. Like, this doesn't have to be a part of our political movement. Or when you've got, like, MLs talking about how, we need revolutionary speech. Leave, just leave, get them out. Like, we don't need these people. They're not helping us. They don't help. They're not good allies. They don't help us in anything. They don't want to do, let them go farm Instagram pick somewhere else. Also, remember, when you read messages like this, Destiny's for the status quo. He's a poor boy at heart who's benefiting from the system now, so of course he wants to support it. This is exclusively said by white people who grew up rich in this country and are just repeating shit that they heard from other radicalized classmates at whatever private university that their parents are paying for. Every single time. It is always these people. It is never any...
CDG, don't tell us think you need to do another weed stream, my man. You're seriously slipping back in depression and your anger issues. Someone will ask. Simple question you tell and you yell at them for it. Why can't you just say, I don't want to answer that, but thanks? Because when I say that, then you'll ask, why don't you answer? What are you trying to hide? I don't understand. Why don't you answer, Vegan Gains? What's so hard with answering? Can't you answer my question? I donated that 3 times. This is the 3rd time I'm donating to you for an answer for why you didn't do it. Why are you just telling me you didn't answer? That's why. Okay? Literally, like, you're the fucking one who did this, by the way. You asked me why the fuck I won't, tell you, like, what town or city I live in. You asked me what town or city I lived in. I said I'm not gonna answer. And then, you did exactly that! You're the one who did that! And over and over and over and over again, you fucking asked, why don't you answer? Why don't you answer? So that's why. And yeah, I've been a little more moody lately because I've been having fucking sleep and energy issues from dieting. So yeah, it's hard to sleep and I'm fucking exhausted from dieting. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo Tellers, Ed O'Keefe, the viewers asking VG the same question. Biden equals VG. Video unavailable. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
anybody with an ounce of actual political experience anywhere ever. It's always people who have zero political goals in mind and they just want to make as much noise as possible because they farm epic likes on their Instagram feeds and everything.
I'm inside the Emergency Operations Center run by the County of Los Angeles here with Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor, thanks for joining us live on MSNBC.
Good to be with you.
So this is, as I said, the Emergency Operations Center. I wonder how you would characterize the events that are unfolding in Los Angeles right now. Is it an emergency? Is it Fox News is calling it the LA riots? Is it a peaceful protest? What's happening? What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, look, Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit the proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire ever since he announced he was taking over the National Guard. An illegal act, an immoral act, an unconstitutional act, and we're going to test that theory with a lawsuit tomorrow.
Well, I was going to ask you that. Sorry to interrupt you, but Governor, so that's news. If you're going to sue the administration, tell me a little bit about it. Give us a preview of this lawsuit.
Well, under his executive order, it specifically notes, and under what the DOD did, is they had to coordinate with the governor of the state. They never.
I think you're basing this too much off of the LA protests that have gotten the most attention from crazy far left people. I know organized protests are going on across the country through Mobilize. There's one big one on June 14th across the country that I know. All the major protests that Democrats have been a part of have seemed, I say Democrats, but like the left or whatever, have just seemed pointless. We got, like, well, look at the whole BLM ACAB shit. Literally nothing good came from that. All it did was hurt us. Nothing good. That was like the largest Dem protesting in how long? I think from before that, it was the Occupy Wall Street shit. Nothing really came from that. Maybe the consumer financial protection stuff from Elizabeth Warren, maybe. But like in general, like nothing huge came from that. The problem is these people are just not politically oriented. Compare this to what Republicans do. Look at January 6th. That was one protest on one day organized by the President of the United States that came within a hair's like distance of overthrowing the democracy of the United States of America from one protest that the president himself organized, right? Like, there's just no comparison. Like, what were those people there for? You had a bunch of people that went to one place, Washington, D.C., to the Capitol. They were there to protest the results of the election because they wanted to engage in an insurrection, overthrow the government of the country, and install their own leader. And they were focused from top to bottom the entire time. They heard rhetoric and everything about it for a year. They had one place to go to, one event that they had to protest. They were all there on the right day to do a specific thing. It was just like, there's just no comparison. And then look at our grassroots organizers. Who do we have on the left? Some black separatist, Nation of Islam, like trans wheelchair, Olympian or whatever, who's going to come out and talk about how the best way for black trans liberation in the United States is to be found through the children of Gaza. Like, that's our protesters. Meanwhile, on the right, you've got Charlie Kirk, who's made 7,000 fucking college campus visits in the past 2 weeks, who has a direct line to Donald Trump and is organizing like one of the, like, it's just like, there's no comparison between how the left and the right engages in politics. The left just, the protesters and the rioters and the YouTubers and the alternative media sphere just don't engage in politics. They're just doing something completely different. It's so fucking annoying. There was, this was front and center. I just didn't realize it then. But it's funny because actually you can hear this argument 3, 4, 5 years ago, how I would constantly complain over and over again. I didn't have the best language for it, but I would constantly complain, why are you crying so much about these kids on college campuses? They're not politically powerful, right? I'm complaining about MAGA, the far right. You're complaining about the far left. The far right is literally everybody in Congress now. The far left had the Justice Dems maybe, and they don't even like most of them anymore, right? Why are we complaining about these people? Somehow the far left is the voice of the Democratic Party, and the far left doesn't support the Democratic Party or care about politics at all. They just want to farm social media feeds. And meanwhile, the far right is like flipping as many levers of power as possible to become authoritarian dictators in the United States. It's insane. If you're so politically inclined as Tabby, why don't you organize a protest? Why aren't you doing more than just streaming? Oh, never mind, you got me. True, my bad. I'm not doing everything, so forget everything I said. Actually, this is base. I hope I see more people with blue hair out here. We'll just watch this.
Coordinating with the governor of the state. I've worked with the National Guard. We've deployed the National Guard. We did 3,000+ folks have been doing logistics work and fire recovery work, and they're fighting the fires, the rattlesnake teams. We did the same back in George Floyd. We have no.
As material conditions on the ground get worse, do you think things will change with suburban leftists? I understand what you're saying, that they're not actually helping the Democratic Party, but we need as broad a coalition as possible right now. You don't need as broad a coalition as possible. That's such bullshit. You don't have to incorporate toxic elements into your movement in order to make your movement work. If that's the case, then your movement sucks and it should fail anyway. You should have ideas that are broadly popular enough that you don't have to appeal to other authoritarians on the left in order to make your movement work. If that's the case, then movement. I don't want to be a part of your movement. It's so stupid. And it shows you have no conviction or belief in your ideas as well. If you think the only way to make your shit work is to partner with revolutionaries who would see you hanged if they had the opportunity to, fuck that. That's stupid.
Work and they're fighting the fires.
Oh, I think the big thing you talk about the suburban leftists is like, who do you organize around or who do you gather around except for like radical leftists? Because nobody seems to have the balls on the left to like stand up to the more crazy people on the left. Like nobody actually has the balls to be like, hey, like the trans athlete stuff is like, this is kind of goofy, guys. Like, let's just move on from this. Or hey, socialism and communism, like how about we just talk about like some redistribution or some higher tax brackets? Or hey, maybe we don't have to be, maybe America isn't like the most evil country on the face of the earth and it's okay to support people like Ukraine. Like it's dumb.
It's infiltration of communist ideology. That's the issue. So again, the whole idea behind communist ideology is like, oh, there's an oppressor and an oppressed group, and you have to identify who the oppressors are, and there's this complicated system that the oppressors create to blah, 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 blah. So yeah, when you end up having infiltration of communist ideology into the left-wing political sphere, you end up having everybody do these fucking purity tests where if somebody on the left says, hey, maybe we should cool it on the trans ideology stuff, it's clearly not popular in the United States, it's having us lose votes. Oh, bigot, oppressor, you're not a trans ally, da-da-da, and then they try to kick them out. It's like that is entirely fucking communist ideology. And again, the whole idea with communism is to do whatever you can to shut someone the fuck up if they're a political dissenter. And they'll resort to violence, obviously. That's why there's so many mass deaths under communism. But they'll also create these social systems where everyone is against each other. So to this day, the CCP still does this. They reward people for ratting on their fucking neighbors. They did this in the Soviet Union as well, where they made everyone an informant to the government. And they, again, rewarded people to when they ratted on their neighbors. And then people started ratting on each other fucking constantly because they felt it'll protect them from any persecution. So, like, this is just what communism does. You just have, again, communist ideology, seeping its way into the left wing. And this is the result. Everyone fucking rats on each other. There's these purity tests, and they'll do whatever the fuck they can to shut you up and boot you out, or they'll even go to the lengths of killing you. And again, like, I mean, look what happens with what's happened with the Jewish community. Like, they're getting targeted and killed. So yeah, it's just communism. That's all it is.
1,000 folks have been doing logistics work and fire recovery work when they're fighting the fires.
It's not about doing everything, but what's to stop you from lending your hand to strategize and organize movements? Bro, I've done probably more than any other streamer when it comes to donating time, money, and audience to organizing efforts and shit in the past. Like, I have my credentials. I don't know why you would even try to attack me on that. Have you ever done any kind of organizing shit? Yes, more than any other leftist dipshit fuck streamer you've ever watched in your entire life. So yeah, so I don't know why you're asking me that question. Like,
the rattlesnake teams, we did the same back in George Floyd. We had no problem working collaboratively in a mutual aid system with local law enforcement, but there's a protocol, there's a process. He didn't care about that. And the worst part, he completely lied. He said in a tweet that everything's now safe, everything's fine. Is that the case, Mr. Trump? He said because he deployed the National Guard. The Guard hadn't even been deployed when he said this. It's Orwellian. Simply lying to people. Unconstitutional, illegal act. His mess, we're trying to clean it up.
You're saying that the President of the United States has made the situation on the ground here in Los Angeles less safe. What do you know about immigration enforcement today? Has there been any ICE raids in the city today? Are they coordinating with you on that at all? They give you a heads up?
Of course they're not coordinating. That said, we were told in just a recent briefing just a few minutes ago there was small activity in the county and not in the city proper. But look, you made a point a moment ago. These images are unacceptable. These kids on the car, the folks that are taking advantage.
Yeah, I got all my camera equipment. I'm hoping tomorrow I can film a vlog. I've got to learn how to use some of it, so I'm gonna charge some of the stuff up, read the user manuals, see if I need to update any of the firmware and stuff, but hopefully tomorrow I can shoot a vlog.
Of this. These aren't peaceful protesters. A lot of these folks, a lot of great people out there doing the right thing, but you get these surging groups coming in, sort of these anarchists that are in there to create real problems, and they're just playing right into Donald Trump's hand, and they need to be called out. They need to be arrested. It is wrong to destroy other people's property, and it is wrong to create the conditions that only exacerbate this. But Donald Trump, at the end of the day, is the sponsor of these conditions.
Let me give you the opportunity. You mentioned that there are people out there causing mischief and mayhem. What's your message to those people who are out there tonight? Not the peaceful protesters that are out there protesting for the rights of immigrants, but for the people that are doing damage to buildings, to law enforcement.
Well, they're doing more than damage to buildings and the property. They're potentially damaging the very foundation of our.
Like, the whole goal for deploying the National Guard was to try to get people to do violent protests. Like, that was literally the entire point. So if you are out there, setting cars on fire, running around with your retarded Palestinian flag for some place that you can't even find on a map, I mean, you're just playing into Trump's hands. But if you were to tell these people that, they'd be okay with that, because it's all acceleration is up to them anyway. At the end of the day, they're not even by the shit that's going on.
Republic, democracy is in the balance. I mean, you're seeing these authoritarian tendencies now are being acted out by this administration, and we're case in point as it relates to nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard, threatening now to put in Marines. So I hope these people pause and just consider. Now, some of them, they want that kind of chaos. In some ways, they're adjacent to where Donald Trump is. But the peaceful protesters, we want to keep them safe. We want them to exercise their fundamental rights. We want to keep those that are enforcing the laws in a respectful and responsible way also safe. But Donald Trump needs to pull back. He needs to stand down. Donald Trump is inflaming these conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now, and if he can't solve it, we will.
He continues to, as always, hit you hard publicly. Just 10 minutes ago, he put out another Truth Social telling you and the mayor to apologize to the people of Los Angeles. You guys go at it pretty hard publicly, but I know you talk privately. Have you spoken in the last couple of days to the president about any of this?
Yeah, we talked for almost 20 minutes, and this issue never came up. I kept trying to talk about LA. He wanted to talk about all these other issues. We had a very decent conversation.
When was that?
Hey. Vegan debates have helped me so much with my activism. Have you seen that Gary Yarovsky is joining
Anonymous
AV this summer, and what are our thoughts on him and AV?
Yes, I've seen it. He's good. AV is good. Thanks for the donation, Sander Soifel.
This was late Friday night, about 1:30 plus his time.
After the protest had started.
After the protest, and he never once brought up the National Guard. He's a stone-cold liar. He said he...
I feel like endlessly critiquing these right-wing retards is something to further Dem's message. I've lived through the Arab Spring, and there was a lot more looting, mugging, and chaos than what's happening in LA, and people were somehow fine with it because the broader message, the posing of Ben Ali, was galvanizing enough to make people turn a blind eye. I feel like you guys don't stress the unifying message enough, no? Is there a unifying message? So like here's a question, all right? And if somebody wants to bring up, because Hassan went to one of these today, if we were to go and look up Hassan's stream when he's at the protest, or somebody can link it down if you want, are we going to hear people rallying against Donald Trump and the Republicans in MAGA more, or are we going to hear them rallying around business owners and capitalists and billionaires and the corrupt two-party system and the lobbyists and the donors and the special interests? Because if it's the latter, these people aren't on your team. They're just shitting on America. They just want to hate America. That's it. They're not like, okay, what's your solution for everything? Like a socialist.
You ever notice that wide pull-ups can make your pec minor muscles sore? I've never had soreness. I've strained my pec tendons though, and when I had the pec tendon strains, I noticed that when I did pull-ups, it did aggravate my pectoral tendons, which, like, yeah, especially if you have your arms out wide, the tendon is going to be stretched a little bit, so I've never gotten soreness from it though.
Revolution? What do we even want to do? It's just that both sides are the same and we hate everything. So, I mean, like, what? Somebody can link it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's actually a lot of pointed criticism at Donald Trump on the way that he's weaponizing ICE. So who knows? I don't know. Shoot me a link if you want.
He did. Stone cold liar. Never did. It was a very civil conversation. I've always wanted to approach engagement with the President of the United States in a respectful and responsible way. But there's no working with the President. There's only working for him. And I will never work for Donald Trump.
This is your authority normally to deploy the National Guard here. Right. You did it. We were together after the fires, and those National Guard troops have been out all across Los Angeles working to rebuild and recover this city. How did you find out that the President of the United States was going to usurp your authority and deploy your National Guard here in California?
I just got
on Twitter.
Call from a staffer. No heads up whatsoever. And again, we're here to support local law enforcement. There's a mutual aid process. Local law enforcement had no needs. They were not requesting any additional resources. I've got 100 now. I have 175 CHP officers, technically trained officers, tactical teams to address Donald Trump's mess. We're here to support local law enforcement, the Sheriff's Office, LAPD, but they didn't need that support. He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis in order to get under the tent to start to stretch credulity and to begin the process of moving inevitably towards a constitutional questioning crisis around posse comitatus. And it's, I think, inevitable. That's where he's going.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his work. You hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy.
Listen, check what you're saying. Mexicans are humans that have rights, and we need to protect those rights against unconstitutional. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't care. I don't know what you're talking about right now. Right now, when we talk about people being deported unlawfully, the issue that we're having is a lot of this is around people who are literally American citizens. If you're here and you're a Mexican and you've got like a green card or some other recognized form of documentation, yeah, your rights should be protected as well. I've never said anything different. I don't know where you would come away with the impression that I don't think that people from other countries who are here shouldn't have their rights protected as well. But I mean, like, fundamentally, this is like a big American problem with an American institution right now.
Doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community, I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up, they need to stop, and we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
The perception is there's a lot of theatrics happening out there. Mayor Bass told me that she spoke directly to Tom Homan. Has he reached out to you? Have you reached out to him?
No.
No communication whatsoever?
No, it's direct communication and back and forth with Susie Wiles and with the president in a phone conversation.
There obviously are pockets of violence out there on the streets. How concerning is the violence in Los Angeles tonight? How widespread is it? You're monitoring it.
Yeah, we're monitoring it. I think that's self-evident. We're here with LAPD. We're here with Mayor. We're here with the Sheriff Department, my National Guard that we're still working in command with, and others monitoring the situation in real time, providing whatever resources we possibly need. We're calling out the violence, period, full stop. It's wrong. And we're calling for the President of the United States to rescind his order so that he can clean up his...
I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea for Trump to have called in the National Guard. Like Destiny admits, the people who are doing these protests, they're all retarded. They're all just, you know, crazy, dumbass college kids and communists. They're not there to actually do anything. And a lot of them are just plain rioting. They're not even protesting. So it is important to maintain a rule of law, even if technically the police are, you know, adequately equipped in LA to deal with these riots. Just having like a show of force where all of these people get the message that, you know, the government isn't going to put up with this like unemployed behavior. It's probably a good thing. So yeah, keep the keep the tards in check. Doesn't mean I agree with the ICE deportations. The fundamental issue is, yeah, they're deporting American citizens, which is fucked. But yeah, these people who are protesting, you know, they're just idiots. Dodo donate $2. To these people, Apple represents the oppressor. Apple is corporate greed, oppressing the workers and people by making technology people want to buy, ? No, they just want to loot expensive things. Yeah. Why is this woke commie shit?
What's up? How y'all? What's your opinion on what's going on? What's your opinion on Pride Month? Is there a reason why y'all ICE raids is coming during Pride Month? Y'all look like some Halo troopers. Lethal. ICE. So we have ICE coming in Compton, Paramount, Linwood, the fashion district here. The head of ICE just deployed the National Guard. So tomorrow we should see around 2,000 active.
I don't like to use this term lightly, but like Gestapo-like tactics to disband people, essentially, and it's wrong.
They are sighting people with green lasers and shooting rubber bullets at them, so a couple people got popped.
There's snipers on the roof over there, and
Yeah. It's you literally cannot find a single person at these protests who make any sense. They're all just communist idiots.
there's snipers in the second floor over there. I don't know if they're snipers. What kind of guns are these?
Oh yeah, there's a sniper for sure.
Lots of people getting tear gassed, but you know, it's LA, baby. We're strong as fuck.
We don't have guns. We're unarmed and we're unafraid.
We're the violent ones, but look, all I got in my hands is water bottles when they got fucking guns.
These ICE agents are completely different from the LAPD. I've been protesting for over 10 years. It's a whole other fucking level of threat. People who think they're the good guys. They have been brainwashed and indoctrinated and are...
Put down your guns! Put down your guns!
I hate that stupid and over-emotioned people are giving protest a bad name.
Well, it's Los Angeles, so... What do you expect? Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. BG got his camera gear 2 hours ago and hasn't even uploaded a vlog yet. I am slacking. Dodo donators, these people are what I would refer to as social justice warriors. This term very accurately describes these people's ideology. So maybe we should bring back SJW as a terminology. What do you think, VG? Is 2025 the year SJW makes a return? I can't stand SJWs. I don't think anybody ever stopped using that term. But yeah. It's happening quite a lot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Put down your guns!
Are you gonna be out here tomorrow?
I am not sure yet. Tomorrow is also LA Pride, and I am of the queer community, so yeah. I might have to split my...
The people that hate...
I don't know what's going on.
Alright.
His own mess.
Stephen Miller, other people have used the word insurrection about the activity on the streets of Los Angeles.
Yeah, this is just...
How do you effectively protest authoritarianism when most people don't know or feel any different post-election? Then you point out the particular things. I don't know. You point out the abuse that Donald Trump shouldn't be sending the National Guard. He doesn't have the authority to do it, right? I don't protest the National Guard. Any movement of the National Guard. Be outside wherever they're, camped out at. Be outside. Don't deliver food if you're a DoorDasher or whatever, and you get an address where they're national. I don't know. Shit like this would be more effective. If you don't know how to protest authoritarianism, you don't know what that looks like. Then in that case, then just fuck it. Then just be a Nazi or be a MAGA or whatever. If you're too stupid to defend democracy, you don't deserve to have it. We should just move on to the next whatever the next fucking form of government is. If people are too fucking retarded in an era where more information is available at your fingertips at any point in human history, if you're too stupid to understand how the system works, and clearly the system is fucking failed, and we'll go to the next thing, I guess.
They're trying to incite violence. They're trying to impose the kind of rhetoric that only makes the conditions worse, that quite literally put people's lives at risk. And they're intentionally and knowingly doing that.
If you choose a Dem nominee right now, options are Newsom and AOC. Who is it? Probably AOC. I don't mind Newsom, but at some point we have to stop being reactive and we need to be a little bit more proactive. Like, I appreciate that Newsom has come around on some things, but it can't be after years and years and years of governance and politics. I feel like AOC is a bit more forward-looking. I appreciate Newsom for what he's done. But why is Newsom against the National Guard here? Isn't this a bad look? Optics are important. Because the National Guard, because they didn't need it. There were no huge disturbances when the National Guard was called. There was absolutely no need to deploy it here. And the deployment of the National Guard was done in contravention of the will of the governor of the state, which isn't how it's supposed to be done unless there's like an active invasion in the United States. The governor has to request the National Guard. The president can't just unilaterally force the National Guard onto the state. This is the state of California. LAPD is what? Do you think the second largest police force in the U.S.? Largest police forces, departments, USA. You think the LAPD was what? Didn't have enough people to respond to a couple.
Okay, well, I can understand that argument. Maybe Trump shouldn't have called in. Like, at least he should have coordinated with Newsom. At the very least. I didn't know that was the case. Where he's not actually allowed to do that.
Protests? Like, give me a fucking break. Oh, Chicago is second. LAPD is third. There was no indication that the National Guard was needed here. Trump is literally doing it to bait. Trump is baiting. He's rage baiting. Unironically, he's rage baiting with the National Guard.
The president, we had a very cordial conversation on Friday night. I'm not looking to find a crowbar to put in the spokes of his wheels every day. Yeah, we'll stand tall and firm in terms of defending our values, but I want to find areas where we can work together. But you go after vulnerable communities. You go after kids. I was just down in Compton School District 3 days ago, and they were talking to me about this 4-year-old kid. I don't even know where she is. This is a serious moment. The hell is going on? Threatening real people. These are friends. These are people we know.
You think protests are even viable anymore? Yeah, people. Listen, there's a saying that good artists copy and great artists steal. We should honestly just look at the right and say, well, how does the right protest? What does the right do? And then copy that. Like, look at the trucker protest in Canada. Trudeau almost had to wheel out some insurrection act shit that started sanctioning people's bank accounts to stop that. They shut down the entire Pacific Northwest economy for a few days. It was crazy. Like, the right is just so much more pointed and so much more politically effective in how they protest and when they write and everything. It's just we don't have that.
Members of our community destroying industries in the state. You claim to care about ranchers and farmers. You claim about construction industry. I mean, these are the folks that you're going after in the most uncivil and indecent way. And that's where I have a problem. I have no problem going after criminals. We coordinated and collaborated with ICE. Over 10,000 transfers that have been part of my administration, so I don't need to be lectured by these guys that would coordinate and collaborate on violent
California State Prisons does hand over inmates to ICE.
And my legislature, with respect, it's not an indictment, but I've had to veto legislation for them to try to stop me from using that authority. So when these guys say we don't go after criminals, again, they're lying, and they are knowingly lying.
What's your message to the people that are out there protesting for the rights of immigrants? You want to see those protesters continue to be out on the street?
LAPD wasn't helping until Trump got involved? Bullshit. Shut the fuck up. You're fucking retarded. What, the 911 line was fucking dead? Of course they were helping. There's video, there's news reports, there's people were protesting, LAPD was showing up. Off.
Protesters,
I just want them to be safe. And I want folks to know that are thinking about going out there, just be safe.
Do you support them?
Of course I support them. Protest is the foundation of this democracy. It's what makes this country great. And that needs to persist. And right now people need to come out, but we need to be mindful of the toxicity of this moment. And then we have to deal with these elements that are coming in that are intentionally trying to take advantage of this in a way that only aids and abets Donald Trump. And this is what he was counting on. And we've got to push back and we've got to be careful at this moment. I pray that people are cautious and careful at this moment.
We talked about this is in some measure about immigration, in some measure it's about democracy. Do you believe, some people have said that this is an attempt at distraction from maybe the matters with Elon Musk back in Washington? Why did this happen now, in other words?
Oh, he's the master of distraction. He's the commander of chaos.
What's your take on Gavin here? I think Gavin's messaging here, I think it's perfect. I think in these 15 minutes, I don't think I've heard him say anything. I think he's been very focused. I think his criticisms have been very, these are the bad things that Trump has done. This is unacceptable. I think he said emotional tones, why are you raiding schools? I think Gavin here has been pretty much perfect.
That's what Donald Trump does.
What do the protesters think of Gavin Newsom?
Oh. Yep. And again, they're all communists, so Gavin Newsom hasn't passed their purity test, so it's just retarded.
Moves this direction, move that direction. Look, this guy is 90 days, 90 beautiful deals. How many deals? 0. In the UK, give me a break. Elon Musk is The sycophant of sycophants as it relates to this love relationship that he had with the President of the United States said it exactly right. We're likely to enter a recession in the second half of the year because of the recklessness of his tariff policy under this administration. He's just saddled our kids and grandkids with $2.5 trillion of debt to get billionaires and corporations a tax break that they're not even asking for. Of course he's trying to distract us.
I have a feeling there's a pretty good chance.
Oh, and it works. And it works.
In the White House, there might be a television on, and he might be watching us right now.
Yeah, he can learn something.
What might you say to him if I'll give you the floor, you have the opportunity, what you weren't able to say to him on that phone call or calls that he hasn't taken today?
Just, I mean, where's your decency, Mr. President? Stop. Rescind this order. It's illegal and unconstitutional. And I said it. I'll say it again. It's immoral. You're creating the conditions that you claim you're solving, and you're not. And you're putting real people's lives at risk.
He's like Hamas, basically, right? It's just, I mean, it's the same shit. Like, this is Trump loves the chaos. It's like what they watched on January 6th. They didn't send in the National Guard, right? Remember, all of these same people, this is just for your own edification, personal knowledge, because it doesn't fucking matter, right? But Abbott, according to conservatives, was fully within his right to stand up for the President of the United States when it came to enforcing immigration law at the border, by the way, which is totally unacceptable. And Bowser was solely to blame for not making a proactive request to the National Guard to help during the January 6th riots, right? Trump had no way to do that on his own, even though he's literally the head of D.C., because it's Washington, D.C. But when it comes to California, now the governor doesn't matter. Now the president can be proactive, and now the president can deploy National Guard troops immediately, even when they're not really even needed. Right? It's all a joke.
This is a serious moment, and it requires serious leadership. And it's time for you to be a commander-in-chief of the United States of America. And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Governor Gavin Newsom, what time are you filing the lawsuit tomorrow?
Very early in the morning. I'd love to do it tonight, but we got lawyers working on the brief.
All right, Governor Gavin Newsom, thank you for being here live on MSNBC. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Do you think protesting the way you're describing even serves a purpose nowadays? It feels like a coordinated social media campaign. It could be equally effective and reach more people. Yeah, but there is no coordinated social media campaign.
I just would like to see Muslims not allowed to hold positions.
Donator's Destiny on Discord right now. Would like to see you talk to him also. No, he's not. He's not streaming. Oh my god. RFK just fired all 17 DC vaccine advisory board members. Fully 100% voted for this. Is this an AI account? Yeah, this looks like a bot account.
Soil condemning survivors to agonizing deaths or lifelong suffering. A nuclear winter could follow, with smoke and ash completely blocking the sun.
Yeah, she also supported the Assad regime.
Plunging the world into darkness and cold, killing crops and starving billions. Acid rain would scar the earth, wiping out entire ecosystems. This isn't some made-up science fiction story. This is the reality of what's at stake, what we are facing now. Because as we stand here today, closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation than ever before, political elite and warmongers are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between nuclear powers. Perhaps it's because they are confident that they will have access to nuclear shelters for themselves and for their families that regular people won't have access to. So it's up to us, the people, to speak up and demand an end to this madness. We must reject this path to nuclear war and work toward a
Fucking hate the Trump administration, dude. Russia won't end Ukraine war until NATO pulls out of Baltics. This message is for Trump. He'll start pulling troops from the Baltics and Romania in the next year or so. Most politicians still don't realize that you can't give an inch to Russia. They'll take advantage. Well, again, he's a Russian spy. He's not falling for anything. He's just doing what he's told. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Good. Hopefully it leads to the extinction of our worthless species.
Don't get your hopes up.
Jordan Peterson made.
They're not ever gonna use nukes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
If you're a little skinny and you want to get bigger, at least at some point, you should probably have purposeful periods of 12 to 20 weeks where you gain a quarter pound, half a pound a week on average.
Purposeful periods for 12 to 20 weeks where you gain a quarter pound a week. That sounds a heck of a lot like just main gaining, and so why stop at 12 to 20 weeks? Why don't you just for 5 years straight put a quarter pound on a week?
That is clearly not main gaining. You are not going to build half a pound of muscle a week. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, look at that smooch. Oh my god. Oh my god. He is eating a snack. Oh my god, he's eating that snack. Jesus Christ. Oh dear God. That's amazing.
Muslim Somali LGBTQ ally Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, famous for marrying her brother, and is now pushing a Somalia first.
Well, that's never been, like, confirmed, but yeah, there's a good chance.
Agenda in the government, who was granted refugee status by the United States, fleeing the horrors of civil war. Well, now her daughter, Isra Hersey, posted on Instagram, from LA to Rafah, death to the colonial empire. Deport her. Join my Discord to talk about.
Yeah, deport her. Clearly hates America, deport her. Did you know this is a thing in the SW universe?
Really turned his lightsaber off and then back on. So if you guys didn't know, turning off your lightsaber mid-fight and then turning it back on is a technique called Trakata, and it is so overpowered that both the Jedi and Sith collectively banned the move. The Jedi thought it was evil, and the Sith thought it was a cowardly move. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I find this to be absolutely ridiculous. Do you really expect me to believe that all these Sith Lords will sit here and commit some of the most atrocious acts of evil? They will shoot lightning made from pure hatred at their enemies.
Star Wars universe is stupid.
And they will literally use any means necessary to accomplish their goals, no matter how evil, but they draw the line at turning off their lightsaber mid-fight simply because it's cowardly. Like, do you think Anakin, someone who has committed multiple war crimes and who is known to break the rules, wouldn't think of using this move in fights? In fact, let's look at someone like General Grievous. This dude might be one of the biggest cowards in all of Star Wars, because if he's losing a fight, he will have his army of droids step in and save him while he runs away, but turning off a lightsaber mid-fight is too cowardly for him? I just simply don't buy it.
Yeah, the Star Wars universe is just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, just random vids.
Coach Greg, and today we're going to go over one of Mike's videos, Mike Israetel, and it says 5 things everyone gets wrong about gaining muscle. I'm going to watch these 5 things.
Here, you seem like you could use some dogs and cats, so here's some dogs and cats. Make sure you catch the husky clip in the first one, VG.
Alright, let me take a look.
Kevin! Hello! I literally am standing right outside the car, dude.
Aurora? I'm sorry.
Big baby. Big baby. Hey! Boop. 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 High five. Do something.
Oh, Wayne.
High five. High five. You pop do something.
Oh.
Paw. Thank you. Paw. Thank you. Paw. Paw.
My god, they're so sentient. What the fuck? Dog literally rolled his eyes at her. I gotta see that again. What the fuck?
Bagel. Bagel. Bagel.
Oh. Oh. What is she? Oh my god, that cat is getting comfy. What a nice kitty. Oh.
Scooching right here if you don't mind.
Oh, those are nice kitties.
Basta. Basta. No basta. No.
Oh. Oh.
Shut.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, what sweet kitties. Oh. Oh my god, they're so cute. Oh. Oh my god. Those are really nice kitties. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
The US Revolution was kinda gay. Washington caused Britain to enter the 7 Years' War over expansion into French territory, and then they got butthurt when the British wanted colonies to pony up. Britain taxed their citizens way more. I could go on.
I don't know if I'd call it gay. But, you know, I think, the US might have had a point. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh, do I have to finish setting this up or something? Scan QR code. Oh, I have to activate it through the app. What the fuck?
Things and tell you, is Mike right or is Mike wrong? Now, previously, Mike was wrong about bulking. He thought that if you bulk up and get really huge, you're going to put on a lot of muscle. But in the end, it resulted in him needing to get surgery because his fat cells, they multiplied. He was carrying extra body water, extra skin, and so on. And so I've been preaching for decades now that you should main gain. Everyone knows it. And slowly, year after year, people start saying, you know what, Greg was right after all. Watch the video and see, is Mike making sense or am I making sense?
Thank you, Greg.
The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And what have I consistently been showing you? That I'm right. That I know what I'm doing.
But Dr. Mike, you were not always famous and wealthy, and you're really short and ugly.
Yeah, I know, goddammit.
I wish people could just take my word for it. If Greg says this is true, it's probably true. You're going to be right more times than you're wrong. And so if you're a betting man like Togi and you bet on Coach Greg, probably going to make a lot of...
What the fuck? I personally have made almost all of these mistakes. Definitely 4 out of 5.
And so Mike is saying, look, I learned from my mistakes. I used to think these things, but now over time I've learned my lessons and now I understand. Mike's 40. I'm 40.
Number one thing that a ton of people get wrong, assuming that you don't have to bulk, assuming that you don't need to gain weight if you're interested in getting much more jacked.
And so in mistake number 1, Mike gets it wrong. He says, assuming you don't need to gain weight if you're interested in getting much more jacked. You don't need to get fat in order to get much more jacked. Okay, so hear me out. You start at 160 pounds with 15% body fat, and then 5 years later, you're 190 pounds with 15% body fat. You kept the body fat the same percentage, and slowly over time, you gradually put on muscle. Maybe it's a pound a month, maybe it's a half a pound, whatever. That is exactly the opposite of what he's saying. He's saying, no, you need to bulk and cut to put on muscle. You don't. You really don't. Why can't people just believe me? Do you need to have your body fat percentage go up in order to build muscle? Of course you don't. And so why do you think you need to bulk and cut? Now, do you need a calorie surplus? You could argue yes, you could argue no. It depends on your idea of a calorie surplus. If by calorie surplus you mean more calories than you're eating right now, then yes. Perhaps you need 30, 50, maybe 100 calories extra per day in order to use that to build muscle. And I don't care what calorie tracker you have, you're probably not going to be able to track that accurately. And so what can you do? You look in the mirror and you say, yeah, I like what I see. And you slowly put on muscle. Every week, yeah, I look about right. You slowly put on muscle. If you notice you're getting a little bit fatter, you say, yeah, I probably eat less. And you notice you're getting a bit leaner, you say, I'll probably should eat more. That's it. There's nothing else. You don't have to plan out a 3-month bulk and a mini cut and a deload. None of that stuff.
And by physics definition, by physiological definition, you cannot maintain your way from 160 pounds to 190 pounds. It is impossible.
By physics definition, you can't maintain your way from 160 to 190. You literally can. It takes about 2,700 calories to gain 1 pound of muscle. Let's say you added in 50 extra calories of protein per day. You can't even track it, but let's say you were able to do it. Obviously, some days you burn more, some days you burn less, whatever. Every 54 days, you'd put on about 1 pound of muscle. In 4.43 years, you would have put on 30 pounds of muscle. That's by eating 50 calories more per day than you needed to exist at that weight. And so, is it a bulk? If you want to call that a bulk, by all means. If you want to call that a lean bulk, call it a lean bulk. If you want to call it main gain, call it main gain. Call it whatever the Turk that you... Oh, which, by the way, if you add in Turk, it's going to make it a heck of a lot easier. Turk Builder Max, code Greg, 15% off. And if we are, in fact, sold out, get on the...
I'm still gonna make a fucking video on that turkesterone bullshit. I can't stand that fucking turkesterone supplement. No one who's taken this dog shit fucking turkesterone supplement has gained any muscle, is hitting any fucking PRs. They're all just saying, oh yeah, I feel good taking Turk. Yeah, great supplement. Here's the affiliate link. Like, no gains to show from it whatsoever.
The VIP list, you'll get notified immediately before it gets listed so that you can buy it before it sells out. And so 50 calories a day in less than 5 years, you're going to put on 30 pounds of muscle. 30 pounds of muscle will transform any physique from looking perhaps below average or average to stupendous. 30 pounds of muscle is a lot. Most of you probably not going to put it on in 5 years or less unless you're on steroids. Some people can with amazing genetics, but it only takes 50 extra calories. And so why do you think you need to bulk when 50 extra calories is enough to do it?
You're going to have to bulk one way or the other.
And so Mike is saying you're going to have to bulk one way or the other. No, Mike. You're not. You're just not. Why do I have to explain myself? You go from 160 to 190 without bulking. You slowly put on muscle without gaining any fat. You could even get leaner. You started at 20% body fat and you're 160, and then you get up to 190 and you're 12% body fat. You put on muscle and you lose fat at the same time. You also main gain. Whatever way you want to do it, you can. Does that mean you can't bulk and cut, that it won't?
I'll shut up after this, but the revolution popularized new theories of politics, but it was dishonest. Brits were the most lib empire in the world and abolished slavery years before. Colonists also scapegoated the king. Parliament voted for all the acts.
Yeah, I think it was still a good idea for the US to leave the British Empire. I mean, look at the UK now. So, yeah, it was still a good idea. Really fucking glad America did not stay with the UK. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Work? Nope. But it means that if you don't want to get...
Like, in the long run, it probably wouldn't have even fucking mattered anyway. Like, look what happened with Canada. Canada never officially seceded, but it's its own independent nation, so... It would have happened either way, but at least we got a pretty good, or the United States got a pretty good constitution out of it, even though right now, it's not really being followed all that well. So, yeah, America is one of the few countries where the right to bear arms is literally explicitly stated in the fucking Constitution, and the UK had the bright idea of banning all guns so that a bunch of dumbass immigrants and drug dealers and, you know, rapist criminal gangs can just do whatever they want. But thanks for the donation, retard.
Fatter, you don't have to. There's no rule that says you have to bulk up in order to build muscle.
There's this huge thing going over the fitness internet about like bulking is a myth and bulking is stupid. Is bulking dead?
Yeah, it is. It is. You don't need to bulk. Now, if you're at 5% body fat and you're shredded, you just finished your show, yeah, you're going to have to bulk up. Will Tennyson is not going to put on muscle.
The German Chancellor is fucking based. He admitted anti-Semitism comes from Islamist migrants and has based Ukraine, Israel and military opinion.
Let me take a look.
I want to also get to Russia and the war on Ukraine and the fact that we still don't have anywhere close to a peace agreement or a ceasefire agreement. President Putin apparently told President Trump yesterday in a call that he would respond to this surprise Ukrainian drone attack that I think was a surprise for you as well. Axios is reporting that the president called this attack, quote, strong and, quote, badass. Do you agree with him?
Well, the country, Ukraine, is the victim of a very hard aggression, and this aggression is coming from Russia only. And Russia has it in its own hands to stop this war immediately. They could stop it overnight. So, and that's the reason why I asked the president to go along with us, to put more pressure on this government, on Putin, to come to an end with this terrible war. I was a little bit more optimistic a couple of weeks ago when the first diplomatic initiatives were more or less successful. In the meantime, it's extremely complicated to bring the Russians to the table. That's the reason why I asked the president to do more on Russia and to put pressure on Russia. You know that there is a bill in the Senate drafted on more sanctions. Just had a debate, discussion with some colleagues from the Senate. So I very much hope that we will go along and that we will do the same. And the same has one goal: bring this terrible war to an end.
But does it complicate talks, peace talks, if our president, President Trump, is calling these attacks, these words, strong?
Well, my personal view is very clear and very simple. Only strength brings peace. And if you are weak, you invite aggression. So Ukraine has to be strong. And that's the reason why we are giving support, militarily, financially, politically, for itself. And this is something we would like to be continued as long as necessary. But again, our common goal is to bring this terrible war to an end.
The president often likes to say that this war would have never happened had he been in the White House. Do you agree with that?
Well, this is theory or speculation, which could be right or wrong, but this war is now happening, and we have to tackle that, and we have to resolve it now. It makes no sense to discuss the past. This has happened. If we had Ukraine as member in NATO, which was applied in 2008, and the Americans gave support to that. The French and the German government were against it. You can again speculate would this war had happened. Ukraine was then a big nuclear power. They were the third biggest nuclear power in the world. And they agreed to get rid of all the nuclear weapons. And thereafter, Russia attacked Ukraine. Would this have happened?
Should have never done it.
Had happened with nuclear weapons on the ground. ask the same question again. No, this war is now happening and we have to stop it now. This is our task.
Okay. Chancellor, thank you for coming on this program and thanks for taking the time.
Thank you for your time.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty goddamn based. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
Continues to train while weighing 177 pounds. He needs to bulk up. But for the majority of you, 95% of you who are somewhere between 15% body fat and anywhere up to 30+%, you don't need to bulk. And so y'all watched Jeff Nippard's video, him and his brother. His brother started at 36+% body fat and then went on a bulk. Do you really think he needed to bulk up to put on muscle? And did you see what happened? In the first month, he put on 12 pounds of muscle, according to DEXA, which everyone thinks is so accurate, including Mike Israetel. I said it's not accurate. And what happened for the next 6 months? He lost muscle. Do you really think that the natural with newbie gains put on 12 pounds of muscle in a month and then never gained any for 6 months straight after that? Or do you think the DEXA scan was wrong? And so what I would have done is, hey, you're at 36%, you're going to go to a slow cut all year. Every month he goes down perhaps 1%. A year later, he went from 36% to 24%. Maybe he weighs the exact same. He maintains gains. Replaces the fat with the muscle. He does a body recomp. You can call it what you want, but he didn't need to bulk up. What are you going to do? Get him to cut and go back up again, back up and down, up and down? You don't need to do it.
But the idea that you could just maintain or gain your way or gaintain your way into a jacked physique is just not true almost every time.
It's just true every time. Mike, it's the opposite of what you're saying, and so I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I believe that my evidence is more compelling than his. I think that if you're 160 pounds and you want to be eventually 190 pounds, you don't have to bulk and cut. You can maintain your 20% body fat the entire time.
Bingus Stony Tillers found Jasmine family reunion thoughts. Just gotta make sure this is okay for YouTube. Don't think her family acts like that. Thanks for the donation, Bingus.
And put on muscle. Why do people think that they have to do this? Oh, I just have to for 3 months force feed, get bigger, eat more calories, then cut, up and down. No, you don't.
If you're a little skinny and you want to get bigger, at least at some point you should probably have purposeful periods of 12 to 20 weeks where you gain a quarter pound, half a pound a week on average.
Purposeful periods for 12 to 20 weeks where you gain a quarter pound a week. That sounds a heck of a lot like just main gaining, and so why stop at 12 to 20 weeks? Why don't you just for 5 years straight put a
That does not sound like main gaining.
quarter pound on a week and have it all be muscle? Would that be a bulk? Oh, I bulked for 5 years. I put on a quarter pound.
No, I don't like buying clothes. That's kind of why I've been wearing the same clothes for years, and the only new clothes I get are from my mom.
A muscle a week. It's called main gaining. That's what it is. If you don't get fatter and you keep your fat the same and you put on muscle, that's what main gaining actually is. And that's what you all should be doing.
Maintain for a little bit, cool off, cut off the fat, and then restart that process.
You notice how he said then you cut the bit of the fat off, you go for a period and cut a bit of the fat off.
Everything you've known and used in your home gym is going away. Well, not really, but what is going away, in my opinion, are free weights. Your weight plates, your weight stacks, the things you ordinarily use for resistance are going by the wayside. Quickly, let's talk about it. Hey guys, it's Coop from Garage Gym Reviews. Today I'm talking about something that I've talked about in various aspects for the past 5 years or so, but never made a cumulative full-on video on this topic. And that is the future of the home gym and why I think
it's hilarious that Russia literally tried its hardest to put a stooge in charge of the US and level the playing field and demoralize Europe, and Russia is still cooked and driving full speed off a cliff. Russia can't risk 1 million more men for 100 miles.
Yeah, it does show their incompetence, that even with Trump literally being a Russian spy, they still can't get ahead. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Like, they did this to themselves, too. They deliberately keep their military weak to prevent a military coup.
digital resistance is going to replace most of your free weights. This is my most controversial home gym take, some would say. Many have disagreed with me over the years. If this is your first time here, digital resistance in any way, let me know in the comments. And also, I just want to hear your take on this take. If you agree, morning I focus on triceps, shoulders, and I think hamstrings this morning. And I would say like 5 of the 6 movements used Beyond Power Ultra. Now, it used it in unique ways, and that's for a whole nother video. If you'd like to see that, subscribe, because I'm going to do a full new breakdown of Beyond Power Ultra. And I've got so many different ways that I use it now. But digital resistance is using motors rather than gravity to resist you, or rather than elastic bands, rather than free weights that are basically having gravity forced upon them to resist you. You're using a digital cable. Now,
these are way too fucking expensive. I'm pretty sure these are still like $1 billion. How much are they? Yeah, $2,000. You can get a functional trainer, and a pretty decent one, for that much money. Like a whole ass functional trainer. And you still need to have like uprights to do a lot of movements with these things. So you spend $2,000 on this product, and then to really use it, you still need a power rack. And you're probably going to have the power rack bolted to the floor, too. So, like, if they could sell something similar to this for less than $1,000, where you can do...
Russia did this to themselves. After the fall of the USSR, Russia could have been a prosperous democratic nation, but no, Putin and his buddies want more land. BTW, I think Russia also wants to control the Arctic, so Canada and Greenland are also fucked.
Yeah, that's why Trump wants to take over Canada and also take over Greenland. Since he's a Russian spy, he probably wants to do that so he can just give the territory to the Russians. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake. Yeah, if they could sell something similar to this for, like, under 1,000, and you don't need uprights, like a power rack or something to use it, I could see this taking off, but this is kind of a weird niche product.
Snake. Beep beep boop boop beep beep boop boop. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, dumbass, harass, spazalupin, asshole, yow, asshole, Boston, you give e fucking boot, I ass, jury, nas, writer, a spit.
Thank you for that.
digital resistance has pros and cons versus traditional free weights. Anybody knows that. Anybody who's used it recognizes there's quirks. But this is still very much a Gen 1 product. There are so many instances of the world being disrupted by technology that I think anybody with sense and isn't dogmatic about the tool they're
Ukraine is a fake nation, full of Nazis. Let's invade them in such a piss-poor fashion that it reinforces Ukrainians' identity, nationalism and morphs our nation into a Chinese vassal state and causes our own Nazis to attempt a military coup on the Kremlin.
Yeah, they didn't really think far enough ahead. But, yeah, chances are when things are all said and done, Russia's likely going to get broken up into a bunch of smaller regions. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Using recognizes this is kind of the way things are probably going in everything else in the world. It's probably going to happen in the home gym. Now, you'll always have your people that are like, I'm never going to use a battery-powered car, but then you also have first adopters who are like, I'm going to do this. This is all I'm going to do. Honestly, I probably sit somewhere in the middle on a lot of this, so I don't think necessarily that digital resistance will replace everything in your home gym, just most in your home gym. Number one, I think in the long term, digital resistance can and probably will be cheaper. Now, this is a bold statement.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, there's so many exercises that you can do with free weights. The idea that you could have a cheaper system for all the exercises you do, I don't know, that's a little hard to believe.
Statement to stay up front, because right now digital resistance is much more expensive than what you would find with traditional free weights. For example, a Beyond Power Volter, the one that I've been talking about, the one that I love, I use them all the time, it's about $2,000. So you're like, wow, you think that thing's gonna replace my couple $100 free weight set that, you know, doesn't have any problems or updates? Yes, because this is still a first gen product. And because it's a first gen product, it's going to experience the benefits of scale, and at scale, price will be driven down. Once you get to scale on these things, once they improve the efficiencies, the manufacturing capabilities, once they have enough of these in people's hands, the price will go down. You see that with an iPhone. If you were to give an iPhone to even the early IBM operators that were building these massive computers, it'd blow their freaking minds. I think the same thing's gonna happen with the digital resistance we use 10 years from now. It's just gonna be like, what? So I think we're still early days, and I think long-term it will be cheaper. Next is convenience. Now, I'm saying specifically for a home gym, I think digital resistance will replace it. I think long-term, you'll see it implemented into machines and stacks and all that sort of thing that you see in commercial gyms, but I think that's further off. But you even see that now with Techno Gym. A lot of their stuff is using digital stuff too. It's just implemented into a closed ecosystem, which I don't like, and I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. But for convenience sake, think about this. Rather than loading a barbell, taking plates, putting it on, taking it off, everything like that, which nobody counts those reps. Nobody's like, oh, I'm working out today by loading the barbell. It's just like something you have to do in order to actually do your workout. You simply press a button. Like literally, you just press a button on the screen, you adjust how much weight you want. Right now, the best systems can get upwards of 200 pounds per side. A Vitruvian can get upwards of 400 pounds. It's got two units basically working together, 440 pounds. But you just press a button and adjust it. So it's just boom, boom. That quick, on and off, completely portable. You can take it to travel. You can attach it to anything. It's just incredibly convenient. Which means there's less friction for you actually working out and more focus on the actual movements and goals you're trying to reach. Next, related to convenience is safety. Think about this. Tonal is one of the first ones that I think really did this. When Tonal initially came out and I used it before most anybody else did, I was saying this is the future. Not Tonal specifically, but like digital resistance in general.
But the reason I think these are the future is because that's it. You can put it anywhere, and it works extremely well.
Everybody crapped on me. Everybody in the home gym community is like,
CDG donate tellers, these workout things are so gimmicky, dude, just buy free weights for like a few $100 lol. Yeah, I mean, I could see some of these systems being cheaper than buying a whole free weight set, but in order to actually replace a full free weight set with something like this, it's always going to be more expensive. There's also other issues too, like if you're going to have to get like a squat rack and shit anyway, like what's the point? So if they could sell that, like if they could sell this thing, I could see myself buying it, because if they could sell this thing for way cheaper, I could see myself buying it because then I wouldn't need a functional trainer. So if even one of these only costs like $500, then that would make a lot of sense, because yeah, that thing for $500 versus a functional trainer for, like, if you're talking about a decent one, you're looking at over $1,000, then that makes a hell of a lot of sense. So then you're talking about actually disrupting the market with, you know, an alternative to a really big piece of equipment that's going to take up a huge footprint. But yeah, for $2,000, that's kind of a tougher sell. So like, you could still make the argument, yeah, it's $2,000, but it doesn't take up any space. So, but yeah, if that were like half the price of a functional trainer and doesn't take up any space, like now you literally, you know, can't make an argument. So that is a neat idea. I would be interested in getting that if it wasn't fucking $2,000. Even if you could get it for like, you know, maybe $800-900 or something, you know, I'd probably still get one, but $2,000, that's just a lot of money. But yeah, as a complete replacement for free weights, yeah, I couldn't see myself doing that. Free weights are just, you know, too kind of convenient and useful and cheap. And on top of that, if you're actually into lifting and you're not just, you know, doing exercise, like free weights are standardized, right? If you like bench or squat or deadlift a certain amount of weight, then you can kind of prove how strong you are. If you get one of these things, and let's say they could replace those exercises, are you gonna upload a video of yourself like benching 400 pounds, but it's not a free weight and it's one of these like, you know, dorky electric machines? No one's gonna know if you actually lifted that weight or anything, or like each machine might be different and they don't actually calculate the weight properly, right? So for actual lifters, none of them are going to use these for standard lifts, like the squat, bench, deadlift, overhead press, like all that shit. It's always gonna, you know, be there for like actual, you know, people who are into lifting and competing. But, you know, for accessory lifts, I think that could make a hell of a lot of sense. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. CDG donated $2. My free weight set with like 500 pounds and 2 dumbbell handles and a barbell was maybe $600. If you want to do bench and squat, add like $1,000 for a squat stand with safety bars, like what you have. So maybe like $1,600 for a full setup that lasts forever. Yeah, it's another thing too. Like this is there's electronics, there's a machine, they're going to require maintenance, and they're going to break. So that's another downside. But again, if they could make him cheap enough, that would be a fantastic replacement for a functional trainer. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
This guy's just trying to sell tonals. My free weights will never be replaced. You'll never see digital resistance or any technology in my home gym while they're commenting this from their home gym using their phone and tracking all the reps with their phone. But now I see people review and love Beyond Power Volters industry-wide. And it's because it has improved over time. But safety-wise, it's just safer. Like, you're...
Oh, $20 just in.
There has been a lot of shills commenting for me to stop posting, let the courts handle this, keep your stuff offline. You know what happens when the court handles it? They ignore my filings. There was a hearing on May 7th, actually the date of my orbital reconstruction surgery, where the court granted the opposition a motion.
He's lying again, by the way. He was told when the court date was beforehand. He was warned he has to go to the court date. He ended up saying that he can't go for medical reasons because he has to get a surgery, and they didn't grant him an extension or anything or a reschedule. And he did it anyway. He just decided not to show up for the court date. So he's lying again.
When I was literally undergoing surgery at that time, and the court has ignored all of my previous requests and filings to post.
They didn't ignore it. They reviewed it, and they determined that it wouldn't be reasonable to delay. So he's lying again. What's the point of doing this? Like, he's... the worst this could do for him is they could use this as evidence against him in court to prove that, okay, this guy's a pathological liar, can't be trusted, he might incriminate himself in some way. And then at best, it does absolutely nothing, and all he's doing is wasting his time whining online. So why is he even doing this at all?
Postpone the case and delay the case. The judge is literally ignoring my filings and pretending I don't exist and granting the opposition their motions. I'm waiting to hear back from the court. I don't know what's going on. I mailed in my documents, I paid the filing fee, and the judge is literally just ignoring this stuff. So it's ridiculous. I'd rather not deal with the stress of this and just stand outside catching a tan for the rest of my life, handing out flyers of my fucked up face in front of this doctor's office.
He's not even talking about the thing with Dr. Taban. He's talking about his court case with Paul Saladino. So I don't know why he's conflating these two things. He's talking about Paul Saladino. He wanted to delay the trial, and his reasoning for that is he was going to have surgery. It wasn't a necessary surgery. It wasn't urgent. It's not like a life-saving surgery where he needed like a heart transplant or something. So they denied his request to delay the trial. And then he just did it anyway. So he didn't show up for his fucking court date again. Frank is fucking unhinged. Like, he's a really, really dumb guy. He cannot function, and he needs a carer. Like, you know how they give autistic people, like severely autistic people, like a social worker or something, to just spend all day with them because they can't be left alone? Like, that's what he needs. Thanks for the donation, though, O. Retard donators, pure concentrated retardation followed by a palate cleanser. Yeah, somebody already sent me this. We literally just, Oh, wait, is this a different one?
I recently visited Hiroshima in Japan. and stood at the epicenter of a city that remains scarred by the unimaginable horror caused by a single nuclear bomb dropped in.
Oh, okay. So she's putting a bunch of videos out to scare people about nuclear war to, you know, promote pro-Russian propaganda. It's just pathetic.
In 1945, 80 years ago. It's hard for me to find the words to express what I saw, the stories that I heard, the haunting sadness that still remains. This is an experience that will stay with me forever. This attack obliterated the city, killed over 300,000 people, many dying instantly while others died from severe burns, injuries, radiation sickness, and cancer that set in the following months and years. Nagasaki suffered the same fate. Home. The survivors, the Hibakusha, they carried the pain of extreme burn. Survivors of this memories and yet this range in size from 100 kilotons, rise everything at its core. People. The nuclear winter could has to live in.
Yeah.
The darker skinned a person is, the more empathy they have. In a related story, blacks commit more murders, rapes, and robberies than all other racial groups combined. White people show some compassion out there.
It's a bit of a hateful factoid, if you ask me.
That's the type of thing we don't condone or talk about. But you need to know so you don't get stabbed. It's one of those catch-22s. It's a thing you can't know about or say publicly, but you need the information to not be stabbed.
Got to wear chainmail when you go outside.
Chainmail to the track meet.
Oh, no.
I wasn't that fast in the hurdles this year. I had to wear a chainmail.
Oh, no.
I was weighed down.
You know, it's kind of funny you said that when, wasn't there a riot recently? No, there's been a lot of riots, actually. What was the soccer game that recently happened? Paris.
To Middle Eastern or African background. Again, yesterday, more riots in a country that seems to have huge trouble integrating.
Oh, okay, it's all darkies.
Those of car by that crowd, what they must have felt.
Okay, maybe Sam Hyde was right. It's all darker skinned people. Okay. Thanks for the donation, retard. Mr. Poops a Lot donated $2 where it started.
Hi, how are you? This is my before video for double jaw and genioplasty surgery. It is.
Yep.
As you for my profile.
He had a underbite and everything where it ended.
Yeah, some of you guys are saying this is fake. I have a filter on. No.
Yeah. He should have quit while he was ahead. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Poops a Lot.
Less likely to have somebody really...
I gotta get a blankie, it's cold. CDG donated $2. I thought chainmail wasn't applicable because I thought he was talking about American black, so Kevlar would be more appropriate. No, you can stab through Kevlar. You want chainmail. Kevlar has to be layered very, very thick to actually block a knife. It'll stop slashes, but it won't stop stabs. Chainmail will stop stabs. So you need chainmail. They do make bulletproof vests or armor that will block knives, but they have steel plates. So yeah, if you want to protect yourself against knife attacks specifically, chainmail is the most effective. But it's European black, so your chainmail applies, lol. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Get hurt or even die with a digital resistance product than you are with a free weight, because they have spotter modes. They can tell when, like, say for instance you're using a Beyond Power and you're using 2 different units. If you basically the bar tilts or anything like that, it shuts off immediately. Or they have spotter modes that like basically help you get out of the hole. You can set the distance of the cables so they stop at a certain point where you don't have to use spotter arms on a rack. There's just all that sort of thing for people that are working out in their homes and by themselves. It's safer. Now here's the part that I love the most. That other stuff is just like, it's icing on a cake, but this is the part that I like the most, and this is why I think once fitness influencers actually start to use this stuff, this thing is going to just skyrocket. That is the ability to adjust the strength curve. So right now,
yeah, that is kind of neat.
one of the things that's talked about ad nauseum by any evidence-based trainees, and you see this all over YouTube. I'm talking about like the Jeff Nippards, the Mike Israetels, Paul Carters. There's tons of them that are basically training based on evidence-based training principles and then introducing that into the market via social media and YouTube, everything like that. And I consume a lot of it. I freaking love that content. I think all those people, and there's a lot of others too that make amazing content. But one of the things that they're constantly harping about and talking about and telling people to think about is the strength curve and how the equipment affects your strength curve, and how studies right now are showing a consistent strength curve is not ideal for hypertrophy, putting on muscle. I've talked about it in my videos all the time, and in fact, I rate equipment oftentimes based on the strength curve that's introduced. Newsflash, digital resistance can allow any strength curve, and it's basically going to be infinitely adjustable for any movement and at the touch of a button. Think about this. Some of the best machines of all time are the Prime fitness machines. I liked them so much, I bought like 8 of them. I don't really have them anymore. People are wondering, like, I did a home gym tour and people were like, man, your gym is so packed. Well, listen, I basically replaced all those machines with Beyond Power Volta. The reason people love those machines, the plate-loaded ones specifically, is you can adjust the
The joke about chainmail at the track meet was in reference to Carmelo Anthony stabbing and killing an opposing team member at a track meet and is claiming self-defense Lamau.
Okay, yeah, I get it now. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony in all likelihood was not defending himself. In all likelihood. Man, dude, that is fucking annoying. They make you, create a fucking account with your phone to use these cameras now. That's really annoying. That's fucking, you know, consumer product horse shit. Can you show the camera up close? That's the DJI Osmo Action 5. So I'm going to use this on my helmet, and then you'll be able to see my point of view when I'm on a bike. Dude. Dieting sucks. Think that camera was like $500, something like that. How much did I pay for it? Or no, yeah, it was $475 before tax. I just got the essential combo.
Strength curve with 3 different weight horns. Digital resistance allows you to do that exact same thing, but instead of having to load plates on, and instead of having to use the specific profiles that they have on the machine, you can do it with a touch of a button. It's honestly kind of sad in some way. You know, like, this is how technology is at large. Like, I'm feeling this with AI a lot. It's like, it's sad how good this is getting. It's sad that so many of these companies are going to be replaced, and the people that don't think they're going to be replaced in some way with a lot of these machines, I'm thinking specifically the home gym, by digital resistance, it's like, man, like, the writing's on the wall. After you use this stuff and you can dial it in, it's just too good. Now, I don't think that digital resistance is going to replace all of these machines. I think the resistance unit within these machines is going to be digital resistance, but that's probably for a future video. Now, I do want to speak to some of the elephants in the room, because I don't think digital resistance training or home gyms is suddenly a home gym utopia where everything is perfect, okay? Digital resistance has problems too. Number one, you need power. Like, it needs electrical power. So you got to plug it in, you got to have a battery bank. It's not like with free weights where you can be completely off grid. Although, if you have solar power, I guess you could be completely off grid with a digital resistance unit. But it does require to be connected to the electric grid in some way, which for some people is an annoyance. For others, it's just an impossibility. Also, you are connected in some way to the company that's providing the equipment. This is the reality. No one can lock down your weight plates. No one can lock down your barbells. People, companies, I guess, could potentially lock down your digital resistance units. And so, has that happened? I don't think it's happened yet. I've seen some companies that have, like, kind of seems like maybe they're going out. I'm not going to go too much into depth in that, just based on their marketing and me trying to email them and get replies on whether they're going out, and then those emails coming back as this person no longer works with the company. Like, basically, email address has been scrubbed. I'm kind of wondering, like, man, that can happen. So you're buying into an ecosystem, you're paying for this digital resistance product that it could get locked down. Another one is the lifespan of these units is going to be less than the lifespan of a cable stack or the lifespan of a weight plate. Like, if you think about it, like a cast iron weight plate or a ductile iron weight plate last even longer. They're never going away. They're not corroding. Like, especially the ones that are like stainless steel or E-coated, like, they're just going to be there forever. So there's obviously an advantage to weight plates in some of those areas that you just can't replace with digital resistance. Also, you got to think about, like, lifespan of the digital resistance product. How long will they warranty it? Will they require you to have a subscription? This is one reason I think why Beyond Power has kind of grown in the home gym market, is because they're not having a subscription. You can use it, and they promise basically we will never have a subscription for using the device. All of their features are free to use if you buy the actual device. They offer a longer warranty. I think it increased after I made a video and was like, you gotta freaking fix this and make it longer. So you have those sorts of benefits, but the durability of the system certainly is not there like weight plates. Here's kind of the future that I see for the home gym in relation to digital resistance. I think for about 80% of home gym owners' training will be digital resistance. That doesn't include like sport-specific training. If you're training for powerlifting, barbell sports, you need to squat, deadlift, and bench with a barbell. But that doesn't mean it can't be assisted in some way. You can't work on sticking points for strength, for instance, with digital resistance. You can't use it for eccentric mode like they use with weight releasers. Basically allows you to do that. You can't add it to the barbell with the plates. You need to practice like you play. And so you're gonna need to be using plates. But that doesn't mean this can't assist it. And I've seen this so many times. Like, one instance is Brandon Camel Diamond. Has access to all these weight stacks machines, reviews lots of equipment, but is also a competitive power lifter. And he's mentioned before, like, he doesn't really even use his lat pull down anymore. He doesn't really even use a functional trainer. He just uses the Voltras. It's because they're that good. I see this with other places too, where people are adding this basically to their training to get a leg up over the competition. But I'm not speaking to those people. I'm speaking specifically to just the normal home gym owner, being able to come into your gym, press a button, adjust whatever you want, and honestly, over time, being able to have programming that plugs into the actual resistance you're using, tracking reps, all of that. Like, in my opinion, like, that's where it's going. And the only thing that's really stopping it is the cost of these units. Once they get cheaper and cheaper, you'll see more of them. Nobody's forcing it on you. If you just want to keep using the stuff that you're using, keep your head in the sand, that's freaking great. That's amazing. No problem. That's one of the beauties of home gym. It's like personal liberty all the way around. You pick the equipment that's in there, you pick how you work out, you pick when you work out, except if you're in an HOA. But
the DualSense controller's good. As far as home console controllers go, say it's my favorite controller. There's better controllers like what's it? 8-Bit Dough. They have Hall sensor controllers, so at least the thumbsticks are better.
you can pretty much do whatever you want in your home.
70 pounds of muscle in 3 years. He claims to be 100% natural. He's actually gone
Yeah, it probably ain't.
and posted his blood work and says this is now evidence
Yeah, he probably ain't.
that I'm natural. Only thing, he actually outed himself. Video, it's a natty or not on Radu on Instagram. This guy, he claims to be 100% natural, but the people, they just don't believe him. His transformation, it's absolutely incredible. It's astounding. And so he's an INBA pro. I do believe he's passed a drug test in the past. That's enough proof to say that he's natural, right? Wrong. Everyone knows this, especially when it comes to Hussein Farhat. People are saying, hey, just because you pass blood work once doesn't mean you're natural, and that's a very good point. What Radu has done is he's actually gone and posted his blood work and says, this is now evidence that I'm natural. Only thing, he actually outed himself. What people don't understand is that blood work is more telling of even a drug test. And so if you post blood work and you pass, well, it doesn't prove that you're natural, but at least it helps. But if you post blood work and it shows that you're not natural, then you're not natural. And so let's first examine where he first began. 2016, 51 kilograms. And so he first began about 114 pounds. 2022, 77 kilograms. And so about 170 pounds. He went from looking, I mean, after all, 2016, that looks pretty impressive. But the end, it's astonishing. He put on 57 pounds while at the same time getting significantly leaner. That's him in contest shape. In his off-season shape, he's over 105 kilograms. And so that means he gained 115 pounds. Now, I know that Hussein put on a lot. He was 139 pounds. He started 184 at the end, 45 pounds, and people said that's impossible. This guy put on 115 pounds, but he did increase his body fat. But bro put on 57 pounds and went from being pretty lean to being so shredded. But it's still possible. I mean, after all, there are perhaps 1 in a million chances that he did it natty. My physique throughout the years, which one is your favorite? Made some pretty good gains, but there's always room for improvement. Pretty good gains. Okay. My first ever progress picture versus my craziest looking progress picture and everything in between. Taken in the same bathroom. And so this is in the same location. I do believe the same lighting. Everything. And this is in 6 years where he put on 26 kilograms, of which it's 57 pounds. And based on what I'm seeing, I do believe he's leaner in this photo than in that.
Dodo $22. Does anyone who hasn't already drank the Kool-Aid actually get convinced by what she's saying? If you didn't already drink it, then you're never going to be convinced by this, right?
We're just going to cross now live to Charles de Gaulle Airport, where Greta Thunberg is speaking to reporters. Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
Yeah, on international waters, we were illegally attacked and kidnapped by Israel.
I'm so tired, man. Like, what is the news even good for anymore? They don't even report the news. They literally just shove a camera in front of lying morons and then, like, we listen to it. What are we doing? Oh God, it's so awful. Oh, I'm just... Yeah, I don't know if that cop in the background is checking out Greta's butt. Does she even have a butt?
And taken against our will to Israel, where we were detained, and then some of us deported, some are still there. There are very big uncertainties because it was quite chaotic and uncertain, so I don't really know what's going on. I haven't had a phone for many days, and
What were the conditions for you over the last few hours?
they were absolutely nothing compared to what people are going through.
She still looks 15. Yeah, she also still has the brain of a toddler. A very spoiled, manipulative toddler.
In Palestine, especially Gaza right now. And this is yet another international, a violation of international rights, adding to the
Yeah, it's actually not.
list of countless of such, especially towards Palestinians, that Israel are committing by blocking and preventing humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. That is illegal.
How did the Israelis treat you? We saw them giving out sandwiches on their social media. How did they?
Yeah, they probably have posted lots of PR stunt videos. As I said, I have not seen it.
PR stunt videos. Yeah, you're one to talk.
Anything, but they did an illegal act by kidnapping us on international waters and against our will.
If that's what they consider kidnapping, hostage taking, you know, I guess there's just nothing to worry about, you know? They keep talking about how the Palestinians are suffering through a Holocaust and Palestinians are getting kidnapped by Israeli forces. Like, okay, well, I guess it's not that bad because you're going through the same thing, right? So who cares? None of it's bad. It's just something to complain about. It's just clown show.
They illegally detained her with their illegal military that they illegally formed in their illegal country that they illegally bought using illegal money obtained from illegal businesses that they illegally set up legally. Illegally. Colonialism.
Yeah. No one takes this shit seriously, by the way. It's only communists. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Block deportations? They block Trump. Let me ask you something, America. How is it that Bill Clinton deported 12.3 million illegals? George Bush deported 10.3 million illegals. Barack Hussein Obama deported 5.3 million illegals.
I think he has some of these numbers wrong. I'm pretty sure Obama had more deportations than any other president. Maybe I'm like mixing something up or some shit, but...
Not a single court said a word. Not one! Not one injunction. But the moment Donald J. Trump tries to enforce the same doggone laws...
They're not the same laws. He's deporting American citizens.
Boom! 30 nationwide injunctions. 100,000 deportations.
Yeah, okay, I get it. I might have watched more if that stupid music wasn't in it, but I get it. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Are you sad the Libs won Canada? Yep, it's going to be 4 more years of them literally doing nothing. Their whole platform that they were running on was this promise that they're going to reduce housing costs, and then they come out immediately saying that they're not going to reduce housing costs. And, they're probably going to threaten to ban more guns, which they can't actually ban, and then we're just going to have to wait for the conservatives to come in eventually to unban all these guns. It's just a fucking joke. The only good thing that I've seen from them so far is they are going to get rid of trade restrictions between provinces, but the conservatives are going to do that anyway. So, whoopee doodly doo. Fuck the libs. Bridget donated $2. This is like if you sailed to Taiwan to deliver food and medicine to a blockaded population. China intercepts you in international waters, takes you to China, then deports you back to Canada. Without crying or screaming, tell me how this analogy is wrong. Well, yeah. It's all just a clown show. You can't even make you can't even make the argument, right? Because as soon as you tell somebody this, they go genocide, 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 genocide. Like, there's no point in wasting any time on this. So yeah, you're just talking to a wall. They're just cockroaches that'll just, scurry around, bite you, shit everywhere. And, like, is there any point in trying to reason with the cockroaches? Hey, could you guys go outside? Could you stop shitting in my refrigerator? Like, no, they're cockroaches. They're gonna just do cockroach shit. Thanks for the donation, Bridget.
Greta Thunberg is a fucking hero. She risked her own life to bring light to the genocide in Palestine, and trying to bring the aid that the people of Gaza needed, that the IOF blocks. She cared enough for her fellow humans. Thank you, Greta. Free Palestine.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Soul Child.
Herder, it's illegal. Herder, international waters. Herder. You can't invoke international waters like that. So if Greta was smuggling weapons with her friends in international waters, then stopping the boat and detaining them is illegal? No, retarded.
Yeah, and that's why Israel is blocking boats and has drones and everything, making sure weapons aren't smuggled. So, yeah. Again, there's no sense explaining this to anybody, because anybody with any common sense would already agree with you, and the people who don't agree with you are cockroaches that just scurry around and shit everywhere, and they won't listen anyway. Thanks for the donation, retard. Are you anti-Muslim immigration in Europe? I'm anti-Muslim immigration anywhere for any reason, period. Like, oh, you follow a religion that says you need to commit jihad and kill non-believers and it's okay to rape women and children? Oh, yeah, come to our country. Even if you use the moderate Muslim argument thing, what do you mean by moderate Muslim? These people are not moderate by your standards. Like every single fucking one of them thinks that gay people should be like fucking at least imprisoned. They don't think women should like have jobs. They all advocate for like fucking Sharia law. None of them are fucking moderate by Western standards. So yeah, they might not be strapping bombs to their chest and blowing up fucking airplanes or anything, but they're not moderates. They have fundamentally different views on how, like, you know, society should be run, what rights you should have. The idea that you could, like, replace a European population with Muslims and everything would just run as normal and you'd have the same laws, rights, constitution, it's just ridiculous. So these big demographic changes that are happening in Europe are just a terrible fucking idea. And you're seeing it play out in real time. It's just nonsense. And I mean, what do you expect? Like, Pakistan is Pakistan for a fucking reason. Afghanistan is Afghanistan for a reason. Like, Saudi Arabia is Saudi Arabia for a reason. It's... Yeah, if you bring a lot of these people from these countries to there, do you think you're going to have Europe anymore? Like, no, you're going to have Saudi Arabia or Pakistan or Afghanistan because they're going to bring their culture to there. Like, they're not going to just suddenly open their eyes. Oh, I get it now. Yes, chicks with dicks. I dig it. Yeah, trans women are women. Obviously, I don't see how I didn't realize this before. Like, no. They're gonna bring over their same cultural values, and then, you know, they'll keep quiet and play along because they know they're gonna get outed, but as soon as they have any real political power, there you go, Sharia law, ban trans rights, and then they'll just keep pushing it further until all the women are in burqas and shit. It's just stupid. Ali G donated $2, brah. Let me see.
Recent images of Donald Trump have started a fresh wave of speculation about his health. These concerns are, of course, amplified by undeniable facts. Trump is the oldest person ever to be sworn in as president when he was sworn in 2025. We have had persistent lack of transparency from the White House regarding his medical status. He's the healthiest person ever. He's 6'3" and weighs 219 or whatever it was. And of course, that lack of transparency, the hyperbole, fuels speculation. So here's what we have right now. The latest round of online speculation, dozens of you writing to me saying, David, what do you think about this? Was fueled by photographs that emerge of Donald Trump, where internet sleuths started zooming in on these images, pointing to what seemed to be unusual shapes and bulges in Trump's pant legs. This immediately led to rapid fire speculation across social media that Trump may have leg braces that he is wearing. You look on Twitter and other platforms.
Let me see. So yeah, something like that. That could be an arthritic knee brace, possibly. There's a chance. Yeah, good chance that's an arthritic knee brace. That is a clear, weird bulge that isn't a calf muscle. Yeah, I would assume that's probably an arthritic knee brace. Bridget Donatellersley, you completely misunderstood what I was saying. I was pointing out how Israel should not have intercepted them in international waters. Yeah, cool. You're a dumbass. It'd be like if China illegally intercepted you going to Taiwan in international waters, dumbass. That's great. Terrific. Taiwan's a country. Gaza isn't a country. Israel's at war with Gaza. China is not at war with Taiwan. Israel has a blockade around Gaza and has been controlling their ports for a few decades now because they smuggle in weapons and shit at their ports. Taiwan does not smuggle in weapons at their ports that they use against the Chinese. So yeah, that's the same thing. Genius.
Did you hear a new season of King of the Hill is coming out on Hulu? I always liked that show. I'd put it right up there with South Park.
I would say King of the Hill has been, if we tally up all the seasons of King of the Hill versus all the seasons of South Park, King of the Hill's arguably better. There's a lot of really, really bad South Park episodes at this point. I'm not sure if it's going to be any good. It might be good. So I don't have high hopes, but it might be good. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Joey Fred.
Oh my god.
Look at him.
Oh Jesus.
Hi.
Oh my
Hi,
god.
Jay.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Oh, he is so sentient. And there's the orange one.
There's Melly. There's Melly.
Oh my goodness.
And I can't see Joey anymore.
Oh, those are nice kitties. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Oh, they're so good. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Keep up the good work, buddy.
Well, thank you, Venomous. Maybe I'll take a 2-hour nap again. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Nigger is 6 feet 3 inches, 78 and top heavy. The homo Pac-Man manlet commentating wouldn't understand real nigger stance.
I think Trump is overweight and not in great health. So, yeah, he's probably not doing too great. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass.
All sorts of explanations are proposed. Some people say these are leg braces. Others said Trump's wearing ankle-foot orthotics for foot drop, possibly from nerve damage. And as we've seen, Donald Trump sometimes has that extremely strange stance where he's like leaning forward oddly. Sometimes.
Nigger, better grab a seat, grab on your dick as this bitch get deep. Deeper than the pussy of a bitch. 6 feet stiff dicks feel sweet in this little petite. Young bitch from the street, guaranteed to stay down, used to bring work out of town on Greyhound.
That's a lovely poem. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate the donation, Cam. Dilly, do you believe your paper towels and tissue are vegan? I don't fucking care, dude. I really don't want to have a discussion about fucking paper towels.
Sometimes attributed to wearing lifts to appear taller. Others saying this may be related to nerve damage. The appearance of pant legs kind of gathered around some kind of device fueled a lot of speculation. Not everybody buys into medical explanations. Some people said he seems to be wearing wrinkled pants. Trump insists on wearing these full seat, oversized suits. And part of it is that it leaves a lot of extra material, and that's what it is. Now, simultaneously, there are other images of Trump from the front in different locations that have led to speculation that Trump is wearing a catheter and a urine bag, with the idea that Trump has urinary incontinence connected to dementia. This is completely speculative, completely speculative. So let me say a couple things about it. Number one, these swirling hypotheses have not been substantiated by any official source. We also know that they are extremely.
Could it more likely be a catheter? It's been rumored for years that Trump is incontinent. Probably needs to piss in a bag.
I don't think he has a piss bag hidden in his pants along his calf. If I had to guess. So I would say that's pretty unlikely. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Protective over health information about Donald Trump. They lie about his health circumstances. They lie about his height. They lie about his weight. So we have simultaneously competing stories here, which are all true. Number one, the speculation here is nothing more than speculation. And I think at this point, we all believe that if Trump had any issue, they would go as long as possible to hide it, just like they did with the seriousness of Trump's COVID during his first term. White House maintains Trump's in excellent health, healthiest ever. He's so good. He's so healthy, blah, 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 blah. Now, if we go outside these leg brace catheter discussions to the broader, what I think is the more important concern about Trump's cognitive and emotional state, we have even a growing number of Republicans saying something's up here. Something's not right. We heard last week from Rick Wilson, a Republican strategist, co-founder of the Lincoln Project, who says Trump's noticeably declining. If you run transcripts of Trump's interviews through any chatbot, and say, evaluate the complexity, vocabulary, diversity, and other factors of speech over time. Don't take my word for it. Feed the speeches,
No, the tariffs haven't really affected me. I think the price of like blackberries has gone up tremendously. I'd really like to eat fresh blackberries, but they're $9 for a fucking tray. That is pretty fucking steep. They used to be like $5 or $6. Now they're fucking $9. Bro, and I can't find fucking broccoli for a reasonable price. I was in the store, and this little tiny bag of broccoli was $7. They also have like the fresh broccoli that isn't in a bag. $5 for one fucking head of broccoli. It's just astronomical. I don't know why the fuck broccoli is so goddamn expensive now. Let me take a look. Ow. Oh my god. Oh wow. That's a meow meow. Oh, that's a nice doggo. They're French. Oh my god, they're French. Oh, it's a nice bee. Oh, this is a nice video. Oh, this is so nice. Oh, wow. Oh. Wow. The dog wants to play. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is just so nice. Oh, that is so nice. Wow. That is really nice. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Kid Boo, donate $2. Gen Z is based. Fuck humans. Shocking majority of Gen Zers would marry AI. I think it could replace human connection. Well, you could design a AI, you know, female companion that won't nag and complain and lie and manipulate you and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I mean, why even bother at this point? Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Or not speeches, because often he's reading those. Feed Trump's interview answers into ChatGPT or a similar tool and see what it says about the decline over time. That seems to be the biggest concern. Leg braces, I don't know, maybe. Trump's wearing a catheter, I have no idea. What we know big picture is that every official report presents an impossibly positive picture of Trump's health. We know that that isn't true. We know we're not getting the truth. And as a result, that lack of transparency is what leads to speculation like what we are seeing now. So let me know what you believe. Write to me, info@davidpakman.com, or leave a comment on our Substack or on our YouTube channel. What do you see in these images? And just as importantly, if Trump had a serious health event, do you think the White House would be forthcoming, or they would delay telling the public the truth for as long as humanly possible?
Oh, they'd delay. Yeah, they wouldn't tell anybody anything. Yeah, they're all liars.
Bringing us to Israel, keeping us in the bottom of the boat, not letting us getting out and so on. But that is not the real story here. The real story is that there is a genocide going on in Gaza and a systematic starvation following the siege and blockade now, which is leading to food, medicine, water that are desperately needed to get into Gaza, is prevented from doing so. But of course, there are many attempts like this mission, both by sea and land, to break that siege and open up a humanitarian corridor.
Could I ask you, did you have? You said you had no contact.
GGHHHHGRRRTTTTTTTTTTTTTT.
If she's advocating for opening up a humanitarian corridor, why isn't she trying to, like, pressure Egypt? Like, oh, she doesn't know. Yeah, okay. She just repeats a bunch of things she's heard. She doesn't actually know about anything that's going on. She has no fucking clue. She's just blabbing about words she's heard. Yeah. So she's saying they should open up a humanitarian corridor to evacuate Gazan civilians. But that's impossible because Egypt won't allow it. It's not that Israel doesn't want that, Egypt won't allow it. So her saying that makes absolutely no sense in the context of this whole situation because she's not protesting against Egypt. She's only protesting against Israel. So if she thought this was an issue, why isn't she protesting Egypt? She doesn't know anything. So, yeah, she's just repeating nonsense she's heard and doesn't understand any of it. Let me take a look at this. Oh my goodness, more kitties? Oh. 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 Cat. Oh, it's a cat. My goodness. Oh. Such a nice kitty. Oh my god, I love kitties. Kitties are so good. Those are good kitties. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Contact at all with any of your other colleagues from the boat when you were detained? Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said. I was just mainly speaking. I don't really know what's going on because
I don't know what's going on with the others.
Are you worried
no,
about?
I wasn't able to say goodbye.
Are you worried about the others that they might be detained for?
Yeah, I'm very worried about them. We heard many different messages pointing towards that they would not make it easy. And there were troubles with being able to see lawyers. So I'm very much calling for their immediate release and calling for everyone who can to mobilize to their governments and other ways to demand their immediate release. And of course to demand not only humanitarian aid being let into Gaza, but also a ceasefire, but most importantly an end to the occupation and an end to the systemic oppression and violence that Palestinians are facing on an everyday basis.
Are you disappointed you didn't manage to break?
Gavin Newsom says he will be delivering a major address soon at 9:30 PST. Will you watch if I send it when he starts?
PST? Wouldn't that be like... Yeah, that's gonna be like midnight, right? No, 12:30. I'm not entirely sure if I'll even be streaming then. I'll probably react to it tomorrow. If I'm gonna even be up that late, we'll probably be playing games by then, so watching a live thing, that's gonna be like an hour. I don't think that's really doable. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
The blockade?
I don't know if disappointed is the right word. This is a continued violation of...
EST is Ontario time.
Yes, I know that. He said PST. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
I meant EST.
Okay. If it's only going to be like 30 minutes, maybe, but if it's going to be like hour long, I don't know. I'll probably just react to it tomorrow then. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Do you feel a little bad for Greta because she has just been used as a propaganda tool since she was a kid? No. You should have no sympathy for the weak, dude. If you're being used as a tool, it just means you're weak and easily manipulated, so... No. Dumbass, donate $2. Would you smash Greta? No. I would not. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
International law and war crimes that Israel are systematically committing against Palestinians by not letting aid come in, by starving people.
Not letting aid come in. Please explain to me how the hell over the last month 1,200 aid trucks have come in? Again, she just is repeating shit she's being told.
And mass slaughtering in every possible way. During a live streamed, full-blown genocide that the world is watching.
How do you feel about the European governments and their position and what they're doing or not doing?
Yeah, both in our case.
Greta's potato head is kind of cute. She probably rides the dick like a pogo stick.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Like, I know she's like, what, 20-something now? But she still looks like she's 12, so I have no sexual interest in her whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, Gay.
Their silence was complicity with Israel's illegal actions, but most importantly, their complicity in the genocide that's going on now by sending aid by sending military and financial support to Israel, they are also part of the killings of Palestinians.
A genocide, right?
Yeah, genocide D's nuts. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
There's a conference coming up at the UN. France is thinking of recognizing the state of Palestine. How do you feel about that?
It's the very, very bare minimum. Of course, welcome, but we need so much more than that. When there's even a risk of genocide happening, we have a duty to prevent that from happening. And right now we are so far gone beyond that stage. It is there are no words to describe the betrayal that is happening every day by our own governments.
You were made the choice. You were offered the choice to return straight away, or for leaving Israel. Can you tell us? You chose to leave Israel straight away. We've been told that people were forced to sign papers in which they recognized they'd entered the country illegally. Did that happen for you?
I did not recognize that I entered the country illegally. I made it very clear in my testimony that we were kidnapped on international waters and brought there against our own will into Israel.
What did Israeli authorities say to you? What did Israeli authorities say were the reasons for your detention and arrest?
Many different things.
Will you have to sign any papers before leaving Israel?
Well, depends on what you're referring to.
There are talks about some police that have to sign papers that they
Paper where you recognized what you did was illegal.
Yeah, I did not sign that. Why would I?
What do you think you achieved from your mission?
This was a mission of trying to, once again, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition has been continuously sending boats aiming to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor since 2008.
She doesn't know what a humanitarian corridor is. Like, what is she fucking talking about? Yeah, maybe, don't get the mentally disabled, twat to do these interviews.
Who is your most autistic donator? Dodo, Aaron P., or Sam aka James?
I think Dodo would have to have that title.
Would you fuck the IDF?
Yeah, so I'd probably give Dodo that title. Thanks for the donation. I'm so bricked up by it right now. Well, there are a lot of hot-ass IDF babes, dude. I got some good cake, too. Those are some nice butts. So the answer is yes. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Kid Boo donated $2, skip to $7.40.
Hey Viv, these mass deportations are going to help out.
Back to 2020, Democrats, get this, held a 32-point lead on this issue. Immigrant voters were in the Democratic camp. Jump forward to 2024, 2025. Look at that shift, a 40-point shift to the right among immigrant voters. Republicans now lead on this issue by 8 points over Democrats, more so than any other group.
I've actually seen this a lot. There's a lot of immigrants who hate other immigrants. I don't know exactly why. There was a guy who was doing interviews in Brampton, Ontario, which has a fucking massive Indian and Pakistani community there. Pretty much all the Indian and Pakistani immigrants go to Brampton, and a lot of them were complaining, saying there's too many Indians and Pakistanis here, and some of it might have something to do with, like, yeah, if you move to a new country, you want to move to a new country, like, you kind of want to be maybe surrounded by people who actually live in that country, and like maybe you want to have some friends and family and stuff around you that are from your country, but then like if you move to Canada and then it's literally mini India, I don't know if that's some of the mindset. And depending on where certain immigrants are coming from, some of them are like really, really hardcore conservative. So if you get a certain immigrant communities, you know, coming in from certain places, like, yeah, they might actually end up supporting a lot of these anti-immigrant sort of political stances just because of how conservative they are. My philosophy teacher was also talking about this. I think he's part Sri Lankan or something. And his mom, he visited his mom for like her birthday or something. And he said they ended up talking about immigration, and then she was like blaming immigrants for all these problems, and like she's an immigrant. And then she was saying they shouldn't let any immigrants in, even though she immigrated to Canada. So, yeah, there's a lot of immigrants that are against immigration. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. That black conservative guy's a moron, by the way.
You mean you want to be around white people and not around a bunch of dirty dark-skinned people?
I mean, like, I've seen India. I can kind of sympathize with some people who might have immigrated to the US or Canada or wherever, hoping to not have to deal with some of the things India does.
Isn't French required to be taught in schools? Why don't you know French?
They do have mandatory French class in schools, but nobody pays attention, nobody cares, and they just pass you without being able to know any French. So it's kind of a joke and a waste of time. The federal government should just step in and force French people to learn English. It's so stupid. It's so bad for business. And Quebec has even made it worse. They're forcing everybody in Quebec to use the French language. And it's hurting business and trade in Quebec. They're just making everybody more poor. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. And thanks for the donation, Quest.
And this was one of those missions. And right now, more important than ever, because of the siege and because of the systematic starvation of over 2 million people and the full-blown live-stream genocide, this was a mission of attempting to once again bring aid to Gaza, which is desperately needed, but also to send solidarity and say that we see you, we see what is happening, and we cannot accept just witnessing all this and doing nothing. That can never be an option. I'm terrified at seeing how this extremely deadly passivity and silence is all over the world, leading to so many deaths.
Your opponents and many in Israel accuse you of moral grandstanding.
Can you elaborate?
That you're doing this to of the cameras, the effect?
Well, that is very ironic coming from them, since you just described them doing the PR stunt of them handing out sandwiches or whatever. But this is...
Handing out sandwiches is a PR stunt. Like, is anybody buying this? The mental gymnastics, just grasping at whatever straws they can.
Our last boat that we were attempting to go on this mission with a month ago was a much larger boat with, of course, could fill much more aid. That was bombed twice, and all the evidence strongly points towards Israel. So we made this trip with a small...
I am a liberal and am pro-mass deportations. I just want them to prioritize criminals, do it with legal authorization, and not send them to gulags. I don't like them deporting a bully, as you know.
The fundamental issue is they're deporting American citizens, and they're deporting people who have clear legal status, so they have green cards and they're in the process of getting their citizenship. And they're doing it for literally no reason other than they're dark-skinned, or they have tattoos. Like, they're just targeting people, and they're not actually doing anything productive, and they're breaking the law. That's the fundamental issue with it. Even some people who are technically here legally, like, there's so many circumstances where, you know, somebody as a child, when they were like 3 years old, their parents smuggled them across the border. They've been living in the United States for like 40 years. And they have like a weird legal status in the US where they're technically not like, they never got their citizenship or anything, but it's like, why even bother, you know? So I'm fine with them trying to like crack down on illegal immigration, but this isn't about illegal immigration, clearly. It seems to have more to do with them trying to establish like totalitarian rule. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Greta's pussy is probably so tight and wet. It's just waiting to be pounded out. Also, do you think French is a homosexual language?
Yeah, French sounds pretty gay. I don't think there's any denying that. Thanks for the donation. I'm so bricked up right now.
Smaller boat and a smaller crew, because that's all that we had, because they bombed the last boat. And
by the way, claiming they bombed the last boat is really, really disingenuous. Gaza-bound aid boat with Greta Thunberg on board arrives in Israel after its seizure. That's not the right one. Yeah, this was it. It didn't sink.
I was part of a group who was
So no one died, and there was only minor damage to the vessel. So, they used some kind of extremely low-powered explosive. And I think this damage is actually fire damage. So what they probably did was it's like roof knocking. So it just creates a small explosion that doesn't really do anything, and it was just a warning shot, basically telling them to fuck off. That's all it really was. So, oh, Israel bombed a boat? Okay, so how many people died? No one. Oh, really? So Israel bombed a boat, but nobody died? How's that possible? Oh, well, it wasn't a really strong bomb. Oh, so they, like, are trying to kill people, but they used a really small bomb that couldn't even destroy a boat? Why would they use a small bomb that can't really kill anybody? So they weren't trying to kill anyone? All you have to do is turn your brain on for like 2 seconds, and it just all sounds like horseshit.
As I said, this is about bringing as much humanitarian aid as we possibly could, while also sending a message of solidarity and hope, telling Palestinians that we stand behind you in this struggle, and we are joining the global uprising of people demanding an end to the oppression and decolonization, not just in the metaphor.
There we go, decolonization.
So
yeah, colonizers.
Huh?
The aid you were bringing was
As I said, the other boat was bombed.
Greta, what are you planning to do in days and weeks to come?
As you can see, I'm desperately in need of a shower and sleep. But what is certain is that we will not stop. We are going to continue to try to do everything we can, because that is the...
Gadget Donatillers, have you ever played any of these games? Yeah, I played Turok Evolution on the GameCube. Never played Dark Watch. Never played Red Dead Revolver. I did play Gun. And I did play Blood Omen 2. Def have to give Legacy of Kain a shot. I don't know if it's worth it. They're weird games. Really weird. They're basically puzzle games. I remember Blood Omen 2 was just really rough to get through. Gummy, get down. Gum Gum, get down. Down. Down, Gum Gum. Get down, get down. Get down. Jeez. Thanks for the donation, though, Gadget.
The promise that we have given to Palestinians, that we are going to try every single day, in every way that we can, keep trying to demand an end to the atrocities that Israel is doing.
Will you try to break the blockade in some way again, by boat or another method?
There will be a march to Gaza happening in the coming week, I think, of people trying to come to the Rafah border, which is yet another attempt to break the siege. So this is...
She doesn't know where Rafah is. What the fuck do you mean the Rafah border? Like, that's Egypt, dumbass. So why aren't you protesting Egypt? Ugh.
Definitely not the end. This is going to continue, of course.
Do you have some views of the other persons who were on the boat?
I don't, which is very worrying, because people were not being treated well. I was not able to say goodbye to people, and I don't know what's happening. And there were many issues.
When you say they're not treated well, what do you mean?
Well,
could you elaborate for us?
Obviously, in a very dehumanizing way, but of course.
Why is she so damn cute? Can we please watch something else? This is just turning me on.
Greta Thunberg and her...
Sure. Thanks for the donation. I'm so bricked up right now.
Flotilla comrades refused to watch the videos of Hamas's atrocities on October 7th. Well, what does this say about their protest? Dominique Hoffman of the Philos Project joins us now. So Dominique, what does this say about Greta?
Well, thank you for having me. And I think this really exemplifies that the Freedom Flotilla, as it has been called, was on a journey to first make a political statement about Israel. I don't think this flotilla ever expected to actually reach Gaza. They were waiting for that publicity stunt, that moment to then turn to the world and claim that they were kidnapped by Israel. And I think it highlights the political narcissism and the performative activism that has really swept the West over the last many years, but is really at the corner of this social justice movement that Greta Thunberg is really the head of.
You know, I'm going to say a little statement that might come across as harsh, but let me preface with this. I am a hypocrite. I have no judgment to lay on anyone else's plate because I know myself. I'm flawed. I'm a sinful man, and I'm a hypocrite. That being said, this to me, Greta, I know you're only 22, and if you're watching this, again, it's not because I come from a place of judgment, but you have made a name for basically shaming people for not paying attention to climate change, right? That's why you're famous. And yet, in this moment, this apex moment of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that you've inserted yourself in, you refuse to look at the evidence yourself. So to me, you have officially transitioned from a climate activist to a hypocrisy activist. So you've lost all credibility with me. I think you have done yourself an immense disservice because if you're not even willing to watch what happened, you're not a balanced activist. You are, as you said, you're just hypocritical. You preach all these things that you're not going to do yourself. And again, when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I've intentionally immersed myself in both sides. I've been to the Palestinian territories in Israel over 30 times. I have friends on both sides. I want to know the truth, that, find out what's actually happening. And I don't think you do, Greta, and you just showed that to the entire planet. So Dominique, what do you hope people take away from this whole flotilla Gaza thing? How can people actually genuinely help the Palestinian civilians that are in Gaza? Where should people turn to?
Well, first, as Christians, I think prayer is an incredible place to start. I think over the last year and a half, we've really seen the spiritual dimensions of this conflict with misinformation being spread. And this is also, a conflict and a spiritual battle between faith and then, secular ideologies such as critical theory, which Greta Thunberg is really at the head of. And we've seen that woke ideology on the left spread across our college campuses in the United States as well. And they'll talk about the Palestinian people, but the Palestinians really represent this idea of liberation for their own cause. So Greta Thunberg with social justice, she views the world through an oppressor-oppressed paradigm in the same way that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been framed. So really the idea of the Palestinians is what she's interested in, not the actual well-being of the Palestinian people. And so beyond prayer, I think looking to legitimate aid channels, that's something that the Israeli government pointed out, that the flotilla was not a legitimate form of aid. Again, going back to this being largely performative, there was a very small amount of aid on that flotilla. Whatever was not consumed or used by the 12 activists on their journey across the Mediterranean would not have been enough to sustain even a few families in Gaza. So there are legitimate channels. There are new legitimate channels that are alternatives to the UN. And I think that also brings up a great point, is that the international community has been outraged by the new privatization of aid distribution in Gaza because it's different than the status quo UN distribution. But we know that more than 60% of that aid over the last year and a half given to Palestinians hasn't even made it to the Palestinian people. And so we have the woke left, we have international institutions who purport to be pro-Palestinian, but the channels that they seek to achieve that with have also exploited the Palestinians they claim to be interested in their well-being.
That is a very helpful point that you've pointed out, and it's one of those things that most people just don't.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg's just a fucking moron, dude.
To save temperature, no? What? Hold on. Does it mean smoked meat? Smoked mean. I thought when something is smoked, that means that it's... Smoked meat is the result of smoking its flavor. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. I'm too lazy to look it up. Oh, well, Cora, save us. Smoked covers a lot of territory. Smoked bacon is cold smoked and raw. You'll need to cook it before you eat it. Oh, on the other hand, if a brisket has been hot smoked at 120 to 140 for half a day, that's definitely cooked. Oh, okay. Maybe there's different types of smoking. Like I smoked that bit. Just
you should not smoke meat.
Why is that?
Because it's animals that are being killed. You should smoke tofu.
Got it. Well note.
Or
we'll
weed.
Keep that in mind.
So, saw your video you made reacting to the stream I had about, you know, my ex-wife.
Oh, yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. But, yeah, I just wanted to give you some context.
Okay, go.
She
like 2 minutes.
Yeah, she was basically, the situation I was in was a lot like the situation Ethan was in. Or not Ethan.
Ian?
No, Ethan. Yeah, H3. So, you know how, like, iDubbbz and Hassan and everyone, like, they'd be saying anti-Semitic shit, and then Ethan would call them out, and then they'd say, oh, no, you're crazy, and all that. That's basically what my wife was doing. And it created a situation where it was just entirely nonsense. I'll give you an example. So,
Okay.
my wife would want me to, like, say, trim the grass outside. So I'd take the lawnmower out, and we only have a lawnmower. I don't have a weed whacker or anything. So when I got to the fence, you can only cut the grass so close to the fence. There's going to be like a few inches where you can't cut the grass. So rather than being like appreciative that I'm bothering to cut the grass and not making her do it, even though she just sits at home and plays video games all day, has no job, she goes and just tries to humiliate me, berate me for no fucking reason, and says, do you even know how to cut the grass? Like, there's all that grass on the side of the fence. And then it explained to her that, yeah, you can't cut the grass that close because it's just the lawnmower. And then she'd say, then how come when I do it, I can cut the grass all the way up to the fence? And then I said, okay, show me. I'd like you to demonstrate how you do that because it's impossible as far as I understand. And then she'd say, oh, you're acting like a child. And then I'd say, no, please show me. Since you're so good at cutting grass, I'd love for you to demonstrate. And then she'd like either continue the argument in some weird way and keep making weird excuses. Oh, my back hurts. I'm tired. I can't do it right now. This and that. Or she'd try to completely disengage. So I was always in these situations where I could either keep pushing things to like call out her bad behavior and point out how what she's doing is completely fucking unreasonable. She's trying to humiliate me and berate me for no reason, even though I'm the one helping out around the house and stuff and just minding my own business. And I could keep pushing things until she'd break down and like start crying or something. And then she'd end up gaslighting me and start accusing me of like starting a fight. So it was a situation where you could just never win. She was just a manipulative, just nasty child who would just for no reason want to attack, berate me, like do all sorts of stupid nonsense. And then whenever I tried to push back and like stand up for myself, oh, I'm being abusive. I'm starting a fight for no reason. So like that was really the whole relationship. Now she wasn't bad all the time. What it really came down to is she'd get in a bad mood or she'd try to manipulate me if she wanted something. But it's not like she was bad all the time. If she was in a good mood or tired and didn't want to bother, like, you know, things would be fine. But yeah, just a horrible, manipulative person who only really cared about herself and would just do this nasty shit all the time.
Okay. Well, thank you for your side of the story.
Well, no.
What?
That is what happened. It's not my side of the story.
Okay, thanks. Okay, for your recounting of the relationship.
Well,
I
look,
can't make a judgment without seeing the other person. But
well, look. What is she going to tell you? You're going to listen to somebody.
I'm not going to talk to her. I don't know. I'm not invested in the outcome of.
Well, look, look. She refused to get a job until I literally told her, I'm not going to pay for any of your like luxuries anymore. I told her, if you want to keep your car, you're going to have to pay for it. If you want to keep your horse, you're going to have to pay for it. Then suddenly, oh, she gets a job. And then 2 months later, that's when she decided to initiate the breakup. She wanted to break up without breaking up with me. You want to hear what actually happened?
Next time, okay? Because I'm sick. I have to watch this news thing, and I need to leave because I'm fucking tired and sick. But next time, you can fill me in on this, okay? We'll
okay.
Put a pin in it right here, and I'll remember it, okay? I love you. Be careful,
just
okay?
make sure you don't smoke meat.
Okay, got it.
All right, take care, dude.
And so if I had to guess, I would say he put on probably 65 pounds of muscle in 6 years. Let's see if this makes any sense. In 2017, you can see he
Thanks for the gifted membership, Axel. Appreciate it.
added 15 kilograms. From that to that is 15 kilograms. And percentage-wise, it's a lot. He went from 51 kilograms, 114 pounds, to 66 kilograms, about 146. That's 33 pounds. And if you ask me, I don't think he added on any body fat. In his first year of training, he put on 33 pounds of muscle. And that's from weighing 114. And so 33 pounds, it's about 30% of his body weight. Now, if Bro was 6'2" and his starting weight was 200 pounds, 33 pounds, it would be a lot more realistic. But as a percentage of weight, it's about 30%. I don't know if I ever heard of this. Not even Hussein Farhat did this. This already is more impressive than Hussein Farhat, and many of you still believe that Hussein is a fake natty. Next, 2018, he gains an additional 9 kilograms, about 20 pounds. And so in the first year, he puts on 33 pounds of muscle, and the next year he puts on 20. This is 53 pounds of muscle in 2 years. Remember, Hussein Farhad, many people speculated was 60 pounds, but we did not understand what he weighed when he started. There was a photo that was going viral. It was him when he was 17. That was not his starting point. That was actually 2 years prior. Starting weight was 139. So Hussein put on 45 pounds of muscle in 3 years. This guy put on 50 plus pounds in 2 years. But hey, it's possible. 2019, he then puts on 17 and a half pounds more muscle. He hasn't gotten fat. He's still very, very lean. This is incredible. I mean, he went from 51 kilograms to 83 kilograms. It's 32 kilograms. That's 70 pounds. I think I got it wrong. I said he put on 50-some pounds of muscle. He put on 70 pounds of muscle in 3 years. The first years of training, he put on 70 pounds. And so, has he somehow lost muscle? He put on 70 pounds of muscle in his first 3 years, even with performance-enhancing drugs. That's incredible. That's way more than most people are gaining. But if he did it in the first 3 years, and it's 3 years since that time, he must be significantly bigger. I mean, I'm certain that I'm actually doing a video about perhaps Derek Lunsford. If he made this
1 more month and I'll have been a member for 4 years. Keep making those vegan gains. Well, thanks for the support, Strange Clouds. Appreciate it.
much muscle gains, how is he not competing at the Mr. Olympia? I mean, you're following me so far, right? This is incredible. But I don't see any gyno. I don't see horrible acne. It looks like quality muscle. And so had it not been for the fact that he put on that much muscle, you'd have to say, well, why didn't he just do it? Maybe he just has those crazy genetics. And the next year, it's finally slowing down for him. 2020, I started taking bodybuilding seriously, 85 kilograms. And so the year he takes bodybuilding seriously, he puts on only 4 pounds. And so in those prior years, when he was just dabbling in bodybuilding, he put on 70 pounds in 3 years. That's just from playing around, not taking it serious. He's just going to the gym, training half-ass and so on. But now, he's gonna take it serious. And so how much more muscle is he gonna gain? Is bro gonna gain 200 pounds of muscle? And so in 2021, he now puts on 6 kilograms of muscle. That's over 13 pounds.
Bro, Destiny's not good friend material. I've actually seen some of the shit Jasmine put you through. Why not me, JK, still Destiny, not good. Well, I don't think I'd consider Destiny a friend. You know, he's kind of a friendly acquaintance that I, you know, do the stuff with sometimes for, you know, memes and such.
And so, hear me out. He put on 33 pounds, then he put on about 20, then he put on like 13, then he put on 4, and now suddenly he's back to putting on 13. It's almost like it was the stock market. What happened in that dip? And it says, I started taking bodybuilding seriously. Is that code for I started taking performance-enhancing drugs? Not sure exactly what that means, but he started to take things seriously. He's now fairly shredded. I mean, look at this guy. Does that look impressive? 91 kilograms is 200 pounds, almost as big as Will Tennyson, only this is leaner than Will in his off season. Look at the abs, look at the delts, the roundness, the fullness of the biceps. He seems to have amazing body parts. His chest perhaps a little bit lagging, but everything else is amazing. Certainly getting close to perhaps 12% body fat. And so he decides to now enter a perhaps drug-tested bodybuilding competition. His starting weight, 200 pounds, around 12% body fat. And so how much weight is he gonna lose? Hussein Farhad, he started his diet at about 184 pounds and he competed at 166 while dehydrated, dry, and so on. So Hussein lost 18 pounds as he dieted for his first drug-tested bodybuilding competition, of which he didn't get drug-tested because he didn't win the overall. But what about this guy? 77 kilograms, and so he lost 14 kilograms, and so that is about 30 pounds. And so he went from a very respectable 12% body fat and lost 30 pounds and look like this. Bruh. You see him in the green posing trunks? He does look a little bit leaner than his original. He does have some greater detail. He lost 30 pounds though. Does it look like he lost 30 pounds of fat and or water? To go from 12% body, let's just do some quick math. 12% of 200 pounds, so he was 176 pounds. And so his lean, fat-free mass, his fat-free muscle is 176 pounds. If he had 0% body fat, his end weight, 170 pounds. And so he started at 200 pounds and he competed at 170 at perhaps...
Yeah, he cycled off
7% body fat. I mean, he looks decent, very respectable, especially for a natural bodybuilder. But why did Bro lose about 15 pounds of muscle? I mean, at least 15 pounds. If you look at his start photo and his after photo, does it look like he lost 30 pounds of fat and or water? Or does it look like he lost maybe half fat and water and half muscle? Why would he lose 15 pounds of muscle while dieting for his very first competition? Now, some of you saying, well, he's natural, he's going to lose all of that muscle. Or what if he was on performance-enhancing drugs, and then when he started his cut, perhaps 3 months before the competition, he went off of those drugs and because of that lost a significant amount of muscle? Would that explain things? Think of it. If you're on steroids, SARMs, peptide, whatever, in the off season the entire time, and then you start dieting for a competition and you know you could get drug tested, or let's say you offered $100,000 to someone who could drug test you at any time. You'd certainly have to be off steroids at that time because you could get tested at any time. And during that process, you're going to lose a shit ton of muscle, at least half.
21st only tellers, he wants to hear the full Jazz Man story. Make sure you tell him next time. Don't shy away because you think he's not interested. Also, when is your Negro ass going to ask him on stream? To help you get onto Pierce Morgan, you useless piece of fucking shit. I'm having trouble breathing. Feels like my throat's blocked. I had asthma when I was a kid. Haven't had any asthma attacks when I was an adult, though.
Jeez.
I don't have anxiety. Palestine donated $2. Let me see.
Why do you like Destiny if he's not vegan? What makes him any better than Sverige?
Well, ironically enough, he's actually helped convert a lot of people to veganism. After that debate and shit, the amount of people that commented and sent me messages saying they're going vegan after that debate, I saw more people say they were going vegan after that debate than any other debate I've ever had. And I mean, he's literally the only lefty commentator on the internet who's not a fucking insane whack job, too. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. This is crazy. So, this person's literally wearing a Hamas headband. Yeah, notice how most of them are women. It's particularly women who are getting radicalized by communist propaganda. Fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, Re-Palestine. 21st donate $2 VG, I can't breathe. Yeah. Science.
This is almost all my weight. Philip, can you breathe?
I can breathe.
You can breathe.
You can literally see the video footage. He was on Floyd's neck, and he wasn't lying down like that. His head was to the side, too. And he was right on the guy's neck.
Breathe.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm gonna...
Fucking retarded. Yep. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Look at his endpoint. Does it not look like he came off? It looks to me like he came off. Now, let's say he was tested at the competition and he passed. How do you think that would be possible? Would it be possible that he would have just cycled off 3 months before the competition, lost 15 pounds of muscle, competed, passed the test, and then after the competition, went back on? That is a very logical and plausible explanation, but it's not enough. I can't just take a video and say, I know this was what happened. You are...
Grey Knight Donatellers, the Antifada has come to my hometown on Long Island. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. You should be able to shoot the fuckers who did this. Yeah, Jewish communities need to get strapped. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Oh, dear God. Get a life, dude.
A fake natty. It's merely speculation, but there is much greater evidence than this. And remember, he's already got his blood work, and I said he's already outed himself, and so wait till the ending. Following this competition, his first show in 2021, he then bulks up to 95 kilograms. Look at the shape of this guy in his off season. What is he now? Perhaps 14% body fat? I mean, he has striations in the...
Yeah,
did Destiny ever tell you how he ended up on Piers? What is the likelihood of you getting on?
No, he didn't tell me how he ended up on there. I don't know what the likelihood of me getting on Pierce is. Probably pretty low. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
The delts, he's got vascularity, abs. Is this actually 14% or is it still 12%? This guy is still very lean. Look at the detail. I'm not photoshopping, cropping, I'm not doing any of this shit. I'm showing you his physique. He went from 77 kilograms back up to 95. Is it possible he then went back on steroids or SARMs, peptides, whatever, following the competition? How much of this muscle did he keep on his next competition? What happened to the muscle? He was 95 kilograms, and now he's back down to 77. He lost 18 kilograms. That's 40 pounds. How many people think that he lost 40 pounds of body fat? Ask TNF, ask Derek, ask Ed Cake. Up to this point, I feel he's a fake natty, but I can't say that he is. I don't have enough evidence. All I can see is he seems to get bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller, but it's just speculation. Is he fake natty? His off season, he is always juiced, and show day, he's always small, it seems. In his off day, I'll get your blood work too in a month or two. Well, by then, you might have had time to reset, to rebalance your blood work.
21st Donatillers, just send this to Destiny to react to on his stream so he gets the context.
If Jazzman worked out, lifted weights, and was an arsehole less frequently, but didn't get a job, would you be fine with supporting her and would have never pushed her to get a job and pull her own?
I don't think I'm going to bother doing that. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
But if you get tested at any time, for example, Hussein Farhad said, test me at any time, $100,000. That is a very confident man. When he says at any time, it could be tomorrow, next month, next week, at any time. How would he have time to cycle off? And so that is indicative of somebody that's probably not using anything. Is it possible that he's just thinking, oh, but no one will ever test me, they'll never know. I'll just get a lookalike to do the drug test for me. I'll somehow forge the name. There's a possibility that somehow they got somebody else to do the blood work. They earned Dana Lynn Bailey. The list goes on and on. If you say, Greg, I'm not a fake natty, I'm going to send you my blood work right now. If they then send me your blood work right away and send it to me, and they
So we waited 2 months to send the fucking blood work? Jeez.
pass, well, I have no I'm going to work and it works.
Dude, why even bother being a fake natty anymore? Nighty night, Aaron. Sweet dreams.
Delegated. We're at war with the camera. It has nothing to do with anything going on over there. It's not even in the best spot. Like the whole riot. Not even in the best spot. But the camera's vulnerable. So, any public altars for detained families, candlelight visuals overpowering riot gear, important. Any mothers in prayer circles versus soldiers, a haunting inversion, important. Any legal observers in neon vests, non-violence made hypervisible, important. Drone footage of peaceful marchers being surrounded.
Dodo Donatillers was tis before or after Frank was botched by Taban.
I've been copied for years now on a global
That was after.
scale. Smells like there's a rat in my steakhouse. My ideas being portrayed.
What a terrible, terrible idea. VG, you have a high likelihood of getting on Pierce Morgan, but the problem is you suck ass at networking. It's very simple too. Just need to ask more and not stop until you get on easy. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I wanted to ride my mountain bike today, but I couldn't find my fucking shock pump. The rear shock deflated for some reason. I couldn't find the fucking shock pump. Nice try. Yeah, I'm having, I'm like short of breath. I think it's from a lack of sleep. I'm gonna just go lie down and relax. I really don't feel well. T donated $2. Let me see.
Dude, I wish I could try acid.
Bruh. How could you not find gorillas cute? This adorable. Just admit it. Also pigs that deserve a better life.
Oh damn, what did I do for on that? Did I smoke weed? And that's why, well, you know what, I'm escaping because
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, T. Yeah, I don't really find gorillas cute. Those gorillas seem nice, though. Oh, poor piggies. Oh, pigs are nice. Oh, I love pigs. It's really sad. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Yeah, so, I'm going to, try to relax and get some sleep. Yeah, I've only gotten like about 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night for the last like week. So I'm gonna try to get some sleep. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. No guarantees that I'll be on tomorrow. I might try to just relax some more. But I'll try. I'll try my absolute best. But I might just need a night off. Have been streaming every day, like nonstop for a while, so it's hard to like force myself to take a night off. Every time I think about taking a night off, I like just stream anyway. But I might try forcing myself to take a night off. But we'll see. But I got all the new camera equipment. I'll try to get it all set up for tomorrow. And then I might shoot a vlog tomorrow. But I will start doing regular vlogs regardless. If not starting tomorrow, the next day. I should have the camera equipment all set up by then. So I got the new camera, new lens, new action camera, gimbal, tripod, so I'm all set up. But thanks again, everybody. And sweet dreams.